Hello. Hi. Good Saturday. Hope you're all doing well. Hello, Harmless and Bug. Sorry about the car scare. I'm glad it was only the gas. But it would have been better if it was nothing. Ah. The only car scare I've ever had is a flat tire. But I survived. I just came back from being out of town. I came back I got home like 2 hours ago. 2.5. I'm gonna say 2.5. What? No, not really. It was actually less than 2 hours ago. It was almost 8 when I got here. No. No, it will be there forever. It will never die. You'll get a new car and the old one will still be kicking before the other one dies. Despite all odds, that's how cars are. So, are you ready for the end of episode 5? Maybe? Probably? Probably. We don't know. Maybe not. But probably. Very likely. I kinda got in a group where I forgot the episodes were only roughly 20 hours long because episode 4 was almost twice that length. Episode 4 was like twice the length of a normal episode. But we're back to normal length. I forgot. Episode 4 is not the new standard, it is just an exception. We're back to normal length. And now, Umineko. Here we go. Last time, Natsuki went in her awesome closet adventure. She did not get caught by anybody. Erika almost opened the closet, but Badler stopped her, so she didn't get a chance to. Oh, and Badler also had his awesome window adventure. So there was a lot of adventures, awesome adventures. Everybody was just having fun this last session, except Erika. But that's fine. We don't want her to have fun. You got Chipotle, nice. I think I've never tried it, but I assume it's nice. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. I didn't start in the actual thing because I think this one has music. It's a million scare quotes. I mean, it's called Chipotle, I figured. Chipotle. Okay, here we go. All of the pieces from the game board were gathered. All of the humans, furniture, witches, and the witches on an even higher level had gathered in one place. That place was like a solemn cathedral with an unbelievably high ceiling. White stonework. Golden ornaments. Though there were windows, there were no entrances or exits. It was a strange, strange place. But for some reason, no one wondered where this strange place was, because they were not given the right to think of this place as strange. The pieces. Have they all been gathered? Yes, they have. Well done. What a show. I wonder just how many people there are. No matter how many we've seen, every being outside the 18 is a phantom. Making you acknowledge them is what my game is all about. The three witches were seated on the special throne set up on a very high balcony. You remember the state of affairs, right? We got 6 people dead. First twilight were the kids and Rosa. And second twilight was Hideyoshi. We don't know where Kraus is. This guy's dead, but we're currently doing like a funny game where we're like punking on Erika, so we're not allowed to admit that he's dead. This is not normal battle. This is peace battle. This is not like meta layer battle. Because we're in a place where all characters are jumbled up into the same location. So the pieces are allowed to be here as well. The walls are broken for this one. Removed, I should say. In the center sat the game master, Lambda Delta. It's pretty cool, yeah. And on either side of semi-circular balcony sat Brinkastel and Beatrice, facing each other. Below them, Erika ran forward, lifted the corners of her skirt and bowed respectfully. Great Lady Lambda Delta, we thank you for granting our request for an assembly. And Great Lady Brinkastel, my master, please look forward to it. Though it may only be for a short while, I will most certainly make my master forget about the poison that torments her. Yes, I am looking forward to it. Organization, I was thinking the same thing. I'd expect no less from my double. My peace. Erika and Brinkastel exchange cruel smiles that make anyone want to avert their gaze. Listen up, witches and humans. I hereby announce that with this assembly of witches gathered, the Court of Illusions will now begin. The commander of the game spoke with words of power. Though her words were spoken within such a vast space, they rang out with the force of a bell in a bell tower. Your lives and roles, as they correspond to this game, are over. The 5th game is now closed, and the midnight answer session shall begin. Well, I'd like to get started quickly, but why don't we have everyone quickly introduce themselves first? After all, there are so many people here. I am Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty and the new commander of this game. Brinkastel, Witch of Miracles. My goal is to penetrate Beatrice's illusion of the witch. I am the Endless Witch, Beatrice. My goals are to claim my own existence and to protect Natsuki and Kinzo. Battler-sama, you come next in rank. I'm Ushinomiya Battler. I'm fighting against against the witches. That's all. As I believe you know, you join on this game partway through. At the time this assembly of witches opens, you have yet to participate. Do you understand? I get it. You probably mean I don't have the right to speak for a while, right? Thank you for understanding. Even though Battler held a rank near that of witches, he sat on the foremost of the benches shared with the other relatives, all by himself at one end. He met the gaze of Beato, who was up on the balcony. You might have said you were my arch enemy. Well, you aren't necessarily my only enemy. Let's take this game back. It belongs to us. Yeah. I almost thought I was fighting against Beato's illusion of the witch. Since the beginning, Beato has been my only enemy. But right now, Erika and those witches who started toying around with Beato's tail are also my enemies. Hello, Camilla. Who should I fight, and how? Maybe it's a good thing I don't have the right to speak for a while. I'll calm down and coolly watch over everything. I am the detective, and the one who called for this assembly of witches. Furudo Erika. I will expose the culprit of the 5th game and stick a charming period on the end of this chain. Erika greeted the witches above her and the humans behind her once again. I'm also looking forward to it. Okay. Many pieces. Introduce yourselves in whatever. Humans, introduce yourself, all of you. Oh, for a second I thought it was gonna be her. I was like, whoa. Pretty forward of her. When 45 urged him to introduce himself, Ginso stood up. I'm Ushiromiya Ginso. I slipped out of the study window and am hiding somewhere in Rokenji. Ushiromiya Klaus. Currently, I have been captured and am being confined somewhere. I'm Ushiromiya Eva. I'm alive. I'm Rudolph. The rest of us are all Ushinomiyas too, so I'll leave off the family name. Amashiro Rosa. I was killed on the first twilight. Jessica. I also died on the first twilight. George. I also died on the first twilight. Maria. I died. But look, I'm here talking. See? It isn't a big deal, right? She's awesome. And Shiromiya Natsuhi. I am alive. Hideyoshi here. I was killed just a short while ago. Hideo. I'm still alive.
Manjo. I'm also hanging in there.
My name is Genji. I passed away on the first twilight. I'm Shannon. I'm still alive. I'm Kanon. I'm also alive. Probably the biggest twist in this episode so far. Kanon is not dead. Kanon lives. I'm Goda. Pleased to meet you, everyone.
I'm Kumasawa. Pleased to meet you.
Now, on to the witches. Everyone introduce yourselves.
Pretty long, but they die. This is the end. We're not continuing the game, and they are still alive. This assembly started with them saying, "Okay, no more plays allowed. The game is over." Virgilia's group could also be seen. No more moves are allowed after this. Unlike the floor Beato's group was on, the second floor had a balcony that looked like a raised audience seating. And they sat there, looking down as though they were at a theater.
My name is Virgilia. I am Beatrice's teacher.
That means they're dead for sure. Oh my god, you're right. They didn't say it.
I'm Cap. Making corpses disappear is my job. Runo. I'm in charge of making black tea.
Oh, you're right. Rolo's never been alive at the end. So yeah, this is a pretty momentous occasion. I guess none of the fathers are ever alive by the end. Usually the ones that survive are the mothers. Let me think. Yeah, I think so, right? Because Hideyoshi and Kraus and Rudolph always die. It's like Rukishi saying, yeah, we don't give a shit about the fathers. This is all about the moms. This is a mom game.
I greet you in the name of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. I served in the murder of Hideyoshi on the second twilight. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory, right here.
Let us then have Lady Erika's furniture introduce himself. Gertrude. I am an assistant inquisitor of heresy.
Cornelia. I am an assistant inquisitor of heresy.
The two of them could also be seen on the second floor audience seating. They sat apart from Virgilia's group. Then, Blanor, who was seated between the two, slowly stood up. She had a presence and dignity about her, as though she was overseeing everything from that place. Blanor A. Knox is my name. I am Lady Erika's primary assistant. Badly. I expect much from you. Please don't disappoint me. Let's just give it all we've got.
Most of the time, there will be no need for Blanor to step forward. However, when the witch side plays around with ugly work games, I'll need to have Blanor convict them. A miracle like the one in the study won't happen again.
And finally, let us introduce ourselves. We are the Chester Sisters Imperial Guards, who have been tasked with management of proceedings at this assembly of witches.
Hello, everyone! Nye.
This ends the introductions of all pieces. A total of 38 people are present here. 38 people? There are 38 characters in the 5th game, out of which only 18 are actual humans. And one of them is dead, so he doesn't even count. That's not 40. Well, Anjay is not here. She would be number 39. Oh, I see what you mean. Is it because of the post I made the other day where I said that a number feels small until it's 40? Yeah, you're right. This is still a small number. It has to be 40. But if you added all the pieces from previous games too, it would probably rise even higher. Yeah, it would be... we would have Anjay, we would have Ep5, and I guess we would have all the future guys. All the people from 1998. But I guess they haven't participated in the actual game, so... let's just leave it at Anjay and Ep5. That would make 40. This game, which has so often been likened to chess, now has far more pieces than a chessboard.
Very well. Then I guess we'll get started. Let the person who called this meeting begin. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Goats. Refill my drink. And some popcorn for me. Yeah, that's right. The one who decided demons ought to eat popcorn when watching a play was you, after all. Yes, I intend to enjoy this. And could I get some black tea and mustard miso? Erika, begin. I'm already starting to get bored. Yes, my master. Leave it to me. Order! Silence!
At the sound of her voice, the Chester sisters core straighten up, lift their right knees, and stamp down hard on the floor with their heels. I mean, there's technically three factions if we consider Battler to be a separate third faction at this point. So it makes sense that it has more pieces than chess, right? It's like you need a third set at that point. In the home subway. I don't know what that means. It became a low, deep rumble in the ground, and all chatter in the cathedral disappeared instantly. As their eyes and expressions became even more hollow and empty. The room fell back into silence, almost as though they were all a collection of wax models. Amidst this heavy silence, there was the sound of footsteps, as Erika walked out into the center, where she could catch everyone's attention. When she signaled with her chin, a goat attendant appeared from behind a pillar, and carried a single, plain chair out into the front and center of the room. It must have been the defendant's chair. I, Furudo Erika, will make an accusation. The murderer of the fifth game is... Ushiromiya Natsuhi-san. You are the culprit. Erika pointed at Natsuhi and spoke. The Natsuhi walked still alone, shook and regained its expression. It was an expression of panic. Sisters, please take the defendant to her chair. Understood. Wait, what are you doing? Let go of me! 45 and 410 both pinned Natsuhi's arms behind her back, and led her to the chair in the center. Natsuhi resisted, but the Chister sisters were surprisingly strong, and she couldn't do anything. She turned to the relatives for help, but they just remained silent like wax models. I, Furudo Erika, will now reconstruct why the crime was only possible for Ushiromiya Natsuhi. That, of course, you'll be challenging this, right? Naturally. I am the Ushiromiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. Furudo Erika, I challenge you. I'll take these false accusations you're trying to place on my master, and tear them apart. Beatrice! Fear not, Natsuhi. You are my master, and you are the true head, with the one-winged eagle engraved in your heart. Do not fear a crime you have not committed. At those words, Natsuhi jerked back and gulped. Her panic finally disappeared, and she stood up straight. That's true. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I will confront any challenge that would disgrace Ushiromiya family. How can you try a bluff like that in a situation like this? You really are the bully kid in every single practice. She's the perpetual PN emote. So, friend, make your claims. I, Brinkistel, claim that a human, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, is the culprit of this game. And you too, Beato, okay? I, Beatrice, claim that the culprit in this game is not human. I am the culprit. Brinkistel, who smiled daringly, and Beatrice, who smiled firmly, crossed gazes. Listen, witches and humans. Two claims have appeared for a single truth. Is the culprit a human? Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Is the culprit a witch? Beatrice. If the witch wins, the truth about the fifth game will disappear into darkness. If Erika wins, the illusion of the witch will be wiped from the gameboard. In other words, for Beato alone, this is a battle that must not be won. Are you prepared? And what am I supposed to be preparing myself for? This has always been just what I wanted. If
If Erika wins, the illusion of the witch will be destroyed. That means the existence of the witch will be denied. Beato was fighting for her life. However, this wasn't the only time she had been fighting for her life. It had always been a life or death struggle, even when she fought with Battler. Because if Battler had won and destroyed the illusion of the witch in the previous games, Beato would have been destroyed. That's 30. Erika alone has nothing to lose if she fails. I wonder. Lady Brinkestell is not a compassionate person. I can't imagine she'd give a warm treatment to a piece that didn't perform to her expectations. It was inconceivable that the ruthless Brinkestell would place no blame at all on a piece who had suffered defeat. Erika was probably fighting for her life just as much. The two claims would clash, and one would be weeded out. One would fall, and would not leave this place alive. The only ones who truly had nothing to lose were those witches. Okay, no problems. Get started. In that case, I would like to go first. The murder of Hideyoshi-san is very simple. It should be impossible to suspect anyone other than Natsuhi-san. Except for the victim and Natsuhi-san, all of us were in the same room, correct? It really was simple. Except for Natsuhi, everyone had been inside the parlor. And because it was so simple, it was decisive. No matter how you look at it, the one who killed Hideyoshi was Natsuhi. No, it's the other way around. No matter how you look at it, no one except for Natsuhi could have killed Hideyoshi. This is true. I've already given my theories on how this is completely true. There's no room for discussion or debates.
I'm telling you, that's a mistake. Maybe I don't have an alibi. However, I don't believe a lack of an alibi proves that one is the culprit. We know that Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi. But wait. The scene of the murder was a closed room. It shouldn't have been impossible for anyone, including Natsuhi, to have committed the crime in that room. Except for me, since I could have done it with magic.
I'll explain the closed room trick, the how done it, later. For the time being, I'll start with the who done it. Because of the aforementioned, it's impossible to suspect any character except Natsuhi-san regarding the murder of Hideyoshi-san.
Milady, it may be dangerous to press any further on this. I agree. It's a fact that Natsuhi was hiding in the closet of Hideyoshi's room. When it comes to repeating things in red, they'll check to see who's in the room, and you'll be cornered. Probably. Lady Lambda Delta is the commander of this game. If it suits her fancy, she'll set up Natsuhi as the culprit regardless of the facts. If the typhoon passes and the police come to perform a scientific investigation, perhaps the true culprit will be identified and the false accusations against Natsuhi will be lifted. However, in this closed-off Rokenjima, the police will not arrive for all eternity. In other words, the real truth will not be revealed. Inside this cat box that will never be opened, false charges that everyone accepts are worth no more or less than the truth. Their aim is most likely to use the simple murder of Hideyoshi to give the impression that Natsuhi-sama is the culprit. Before moving on to the first Twilight reconstruction, which has more uncertain elements, it's not good at all to move forward with the Game Master suspecting us. We should take the initiative. Sure. Lady Lambda Delta, as you are well aware, a fair number of murders were committed during the 5th game, and we're skipping the rather lengthy chunk of time from midnight until the early morning. Skipping to Hideyoshi's murder and stepping backwards and forwards in time will only lead to confusion. It is my belief that we should follow events chronologically and in order, Though the decision is yours, of course. Objection. Objection? In the process of prosecuting the culprit, chronological order has no significance. Objection. Burdo Erika is trying to mix up the chronological sequence in order to create a false impression of events.
Well, I'm not a fan of confusing things myself. I accept Berto's claim. Erika, start with the first toilet instead of jumping to the second.
I definitely saw Erika click her tongue. I understand. So this is a way of telling Rokkenjima's tale. I was guided by Virgilio, met Beatrice, reached the peak from which you can see everything below you, and finally understood the truth of this world. Okay, so I'm pretty sure everybody here understands that this is a... They're making a comparison to Dante's Inferno, right? Well, not Dante's Inferno, the Divine Comedy in general. Because this would be more like the Purgatory section of Dante. This is that thing you were talking about earlier, Virgilio. Yes, that's right. Truth is very fragile in this place. As long as each side makes its own claim, different truths can exist at the same time. Yes, this really is a trial. Both sides put forth their own truths. This here truly is the brown tube trial that Virgilio once used as an analogy.
Then, I will follow Lady Lambda Delta's orders and start from the first crime at the first twilight. As you know, at midnight on October 4th, the first day, following a short break in the family conference, Natsuki left on her own, saying that she was going to bed early. Therefore, her alibi is completely lost from that time until the next morning.
The culprit is Ushinomiya Natsuki because Natsuki is the only one without an alibi. Oh, is that so? I believe there are several people besides Natsuki who have dubious alibis. Unless you can clear suspicions from all of them, I cannot allow you to call Natsuki the culprit. We cannot conclude that Natsuki is the culprit, as long as there are other people without alibis. Whoa! Okay, this one is not auto-skipping. We can actually read the whole thing. The claim has been made that Natsuki was the only one lacking an alibi between midnight and 1 a.m. This is being used as a basis for claiming that she is the culprit. However, as long as the following possibilities exist, is it impossible to conclude that this is the case? It is impossible to conclude that is the case. Was the crime also possible for Badler, who was in the guest house? Was the crime also possible for Nanjo, who was in the guest house? Was the crime also possible for Goda, who was in the guest house? Was the crime also possible for Kumasawa, who was in the guest house? Was the crime also possible for Genji, who was in the mansion? Was the crime also possible for Kraus, who was in the mansion? Was the crime also possible for the people in the mansion besides Natsuki? Is it possible George and the others were actually just plain dead? Is it possible that there was a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge Erika was in? Is it possible that the crime was committed before midnight? Is it possible that the crime was committed after 3 a.m.? Is it possible that the crime was committed outside the time span of midnight to 1 a.m.? Is it possible that someone in the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3 a.m.?
accurate. Another one. Another one for the collection.
If Erika's gonna call Natsuki suspicious so confidently, she's first gonna have to show that everyone else has known. Right, Bern? Yes, of course. Erika will explain that perfectly.
The culprit is Hiromi and Natsuki because we will prove that everyone else has an alibi.
Of course, my master. In that case, I would like to explain things in order. Let's forget about Genji's murder for now and focus on the crime in the guest house. For this case, you like to suspect the servants who were in the guest house, right? On that night, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were there. Isn't that right, you two?
When he turned to face the direction where those two were seated, those two wax models alone came back to life. They probably weren't even granted souls until they were allowed to speak. In that case, it would have been better if Natsuki's soul could have disappeared as well. Natsuki, who was in the defendant's chair, kept her soul the whole time, and was constantly hanging her head, looking nervous. Goda hurried to his feet and answered Erika's question. Yes, that is correct. On that evening, I was alone in the guest house servant's room. Well, look at my age. Staying up all night would be a heavy burden. So I returned to the waiting room in the guest house and went to bed right away on my own. Yes. Doesn't that mean that Goda and Kumasawa have lost their alibis? Kumasawa claims that she was sleeping alone in the waiting room. Goda claims he was alone in the servant room. Either of them should have had enough time to go to the cousin room and commit murder. Nonsense! Why would we do something like that? That's right. How could I ever kill someone? We cannot conclude that Natsuki is the culprit. After all, was the crime also possible for Kumasawa or Goda, who were in the guest house? I summarized because I knew that was gonna fade fast. Natsuki said it all. Both Kumasawa, who was sleeping alone in the waiting room, and Goda, who was alone in the servant room, are in the exact same situation as Natsuki in her room. Both of them had lost their alibis.
Have no fear. I guarantee that neither of these two are murderers. First off, following dinner, Kumasawa-san left the mansion with me and the others and went to the guest house. Entered the waiting room and slept until morning. It's the same for Goda-san. Once he finished with his job, he chatted with us in the lounge and went to sleep afterwards. Neither of them had the opportunity to commit murder.
So, we're finally here. I see it's time for me to stand up as well. Your turn is over already, Erika. Go summon that bodyguard you rely on so much. Battle glanced at where Glanner sat on the second floor audience seating. However, Glanner just stared back with those usual expressionless eyes. Repeat it. We have absolute proof of Goda and Kumasawa's alibis.
We refused. Why give a hint when there's no way we answered?
Aha! Did you hear that, Lady Lambda Delta? They say they have no proof. How could they claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis without proof?
Good point. What are you saying, Bern? Erika? How can you claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis?
Fall back, Erika. My opponent is Glanner over there. A mere human like you can be no match for Witch.
No. There is no need for Glanner to step forward. In fact, it's precisely because a mere human will defeat a witch that the illusion of the witch will now be denied. So go ahead. Use the red and blue as much as you like. I'm ready for it, okay?
In response to Erika's challenge, Beto smiled boldly yet gracefully and slowly stood up. And they glared at each other between the floor and the balcony. Goda and Kumasawa have no alibis. The two of them were in the guest house and could have reached the cousin room to commit murder at any time. Unless you can deny that possibility, you cannot treat Natsuki as the culprit. Gato's Bluetooth struck out rapidly. The curtain had finally dropped and the battle had begun. A human like Erika can't use any red. How could you turn this around without calling Glanor? Though Erika cannot use it, her master, Lady Burnquistelle, can. Mustn't let her guard stand. Blue True, valid. While you do, will you or Glanor step in instead? It is still not my turn. And it is not Lady Burnquistelle's turn either. Yes, that's right. There's no need for us to show up for something like this. It is important precisely a mere human like Furu Erika will defeat you, Beato. Because you'll be defeated by a human. Oh no. We'll all know that the fake witch who calls herself Beatrice de Gold. Nothing more than a subhuman fancy. If you really could do that, it'd be totally entertaining. Very well. Eddie, let's see what you got. Explaining it for the first person, Kumasawa-san, is extremely simple. Yeah, sure, I guess. Kumasawa-san. It's mostly the blue truth is just... Well, you made a statement that has not been contradicted yet. Yes. Kumasawa-san, from the time you went to bed last night to the time you were informed about the crime in the morning, you ever leave the waiting room? No. I was sound asleep until morning. I totally was. The truth is, for dinner last night, I had a chat with Eva-san, and she told me something very interesting. I tried that out myself. And what exactly is that? You don't mean... That's right. It was cornered and sealed Ginso in his study. I learned that you can create a seal by putting something between a door and the frame. Are you kidding? She actually do that to Kumasawa-san's waiting room? Rika was in the guest house, so there's no obstacle to have her being capable of that. After all, it was an unsettling night, and a massive amount of gold had just been discovered. Millions of crimes might have occurred. Where there is a detective, there will be a crime. I foresaw that, so some kind of crime would take place. So I used this to seal away people whose alibis might otherwise be lost. Erika held a small, folded piece of brown paper high in the air. After I watched Kumasawa-san, who returned to the guest house with me, say goodnight and enter the waiting room, I used this to seal the door. Then, in the morning, when the crime was discovered and caused a big uproar, I immediately went to check Kumasawa-san's waiting room, where I confirmed that the seal was still there. Therefore, I can prove Kumasawa-san's alibi. Kumasawa has an alibi. There goes one. under the lava. Not a single death. Kumasawa returned to the guest house with Erika, went to the waiting room to sleep, and never left the room until morning. In other words, after Kumasawa returned to the guest house, he never went to the second floor until morning. The proof Erika had shown was elevated by Brinkastel and became red truth. This truth, which had become red, could no longer be overturned, even by Vato. In other words, in that instant, Kumasawa's perfect alibi had been absolutely guaranteed. Oh, then what about Goda? Goda-san holed up in the servant room right after reaching the guest house. I filled him up in the same way. Then, when Rosa-san returned at 1 a.m., I happened to notice her when I stepped out into the corridor. I let Goda-san, who was still in the servant room, notice. At that moment, the seal was still in place, so from the time we arrived at the guest house until 1 a.m., Goda-san never left the servant room, and afterwards, he was with me in the lounge until 3 a.m. And after 3 a.m., I was in the second floor. But I can guarantee that Goda-san didn't come up to the second floor. Erika still proves that Goda was holed up in the servant room until 1 a.m. And Erika has proven his alibi from then until 3 a.m. And she was passing the time in the lounge with me. And Erika has also proven that he never set foot on the second floor until the morning after. In other words, if Goda returned to the guest house, he never went up to the second floor until the morning. Goda has an alibi. That's two. Red truth. Valid. Well done, Erika. The alibi due to your seal on the door has been acknowledged by Burn and elevated to the status of red truth. Thank you very much, my master. I am the detective. I may be human, but I can use the red truth despite that and surpass humans. So now you claim to have surpassed humans? It's 1,000 years too early for you to talk like that, conceited brat. It'll be a pain to have you try anything funny, so I'll make this clear now. In fact, I should have done this in the beginning. I apologize for being so roundabout. This is the situation around the guest house at midnight. The gold was found, an emergency family meeting was called for, and Malder-san went to the mansion with the relatives. I, the three cousins, Dr. Nanjo, Koda-san, and Kumasawa-san remained in the guest house. I have already explained Koda-san and Kumasawa-san's alibis. George-san, Jessica-san, and Mario-san were playing cards in the costume room. I actually joined them for just a little bit, and I clearly witnessed that they were all alive at the time. My master, I ask that you repeat this. Yes, I'll respond. Midnight in the guest house. George, Jessica, and Maria were alone. And in the second floor costume room, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa were on the first floor. And since there's no need to hold off on this anymore, I'll confirm that all the victims so far are dead. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genshi really are dead. How could they be playing dead with their necks sliced open? No murder occurred before midnight. I never even considered that one, but I guess it was wrong anyways. We guarantee that George's group is dead. I did not consider the possibility that they were murdered way before the suspected time, but it's wrong anyway, so it doesn't matter. Still, pretty big slip on my part. I should have considered it before it was denied. Thanks for repeating that, my master.
If we hadn't made these things clear, you might have started going on about how they were already dead before I guaranteed everyone's alibis. Or that they weren't actually dead after all.
Unsurprisingly, Bato's side couldn't get away with the simple plan of claiming that the victims were only playing dead. But in order to overcome Goda and Kumasawa's alibis, it should have been possible to suppose that the crime occurred before those doors were sealed. However, the opponent had predicted this move perfectly. It had been shown in red that the crime did not occur before the time period covered by Erika's alibis.
Got it. That's the last time the victims were confirmed to be alive. I wish you'd said that in the beginning. This means we can ignore everything that happened before midnight.
Going even further, at midnight, Natsuhi, Klaus, and Genji were in a corridor on the second floor of the mansion. All the remaining people were at the family conference in the dining room. Of course, at that point in time, no murder had occurred. Genji was also alive. To confirm that those thought to be inside the mansion at midnight were indeed inside the mansion, and then it had already been shown that none of them left the mansion before 1, excluding Natsuki.
This isn't something Erika observed, but we can't move the game forward without settling it. Very well. I'll acknowledge that red truth. Thank you very much for that red truth, my master.
Since Erika had been in the guest house, it was only natural that she could explain the situation there. However, since she hadn't been in the mansion at the time, explaining the situation over there would have been extremely difficult for her. Beata would normally have attacked there with their blue truth, saying that the people in the dining hall had all agreed to keep the same story, that someone had snuck out of the dining hall, and they might have committed the murder in the guest house. However, because Vern had instantly settled that matter with the red text, Beata had completely lost her chance to strike back. Damn it. Well, I didn't have that... I didn't have that theory with that specific Twilight. The fact that they're already using it here means that it's not gonna work on the second one. Damn it. Very troublesome. To think we would be put at such a disadvantage. This is almost the exact opposite of Rich's fight with Battler. In fact, the situation might be even worse than it was back then. At a glance, the fight between the two of them resembled our previous fights. However, there were some vital differences. The first was whether or not Bato was the Game Master. The Bato who fought against me was the Game Master, so she knew all the truth. That's why she was able to use the red text at will. However, the current Bato isn't the Game Master. She's just a single piece on the game board. In other words, even Bato doesn't know the truth. So you could say that Bato is now in the same position I once was. Also, though Erika may seem to be in the same position I once was, the situation for her is totally different. She's connected to the witch called Brinkistil. Even though she isn't the Game Master, she's capable of elevating Erika's statements to become Red Truth. Because of this, Erika can use the Red Truth, even though she's neither a witch nor the Game Master. Beato, who's supposed to be the witch, possesses no truth nor red she can use. And yet, the detective, Erika, can use the Red Truth. The advantage has completely flipped over to the other side. Perhaps you could say that the current Beato is in a much worse position than I was when I fought with her. After I got used to the game, Beato stopped responding to my demands that she use the red. But in the beginning, she had responded to almost all of them, giving me quite a few hints. That's why we were able to fight on par. However, Brinkistel is different. She fully understands the rule of this game,
and is prepared to corner Beato without even a hint of restraint. And because of this, I knew. In the past, Beato went easy on me so that we could fight on par with each other. This has become quite an amusing fight. I see. So I must fight from the position Battler once stood in. Beato. In the past, I've insulted you and called you incompetent. I can handle much, much worse than this. It's now impossible to suspect Koda and Komasawa. You can't win by arguing that points any longer. Yes. Let's switch to a different approach. The next in line would probably be Nanjo. He was also in the guest house. Nanjo was in the lounge with Erika. However, I believe that the time periods before and after that had been left open. That's right. I'll strike there. Nanjo. You were relaxing in the first floor lounge of the guest house with Erika and Goda, correct? Was the crime also possible for Nanjo, who was in the guest house?
Yes. I was with Erika-san the whole time.
And during what time was this?
From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m.
Yes, that's right. It was the period between 1 and 3 a.m. After Nanjo, Koda-san and I were relaxing in the lounge. Repeat it, my master. I'll respond. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., Erika, Nanjo, and Goda spent their time in the lounge on the first floor.
Though she had flat out refused to repeat what Beato told her to, she responded to Erika's demand immediately. The red truth was starting to corner Beato. She grimaced as though in pain, but she still struck back with the blue truth. No, perhaps she really was in pain. Now that the characters apart from Natsuki had all of their alibis established, the illusion of the witch is also being denied. Beato perceived the denial of her existence as pain. Even so, he shouldn't have an alibi for the time period before and after you were in the lounge. It was possible for Nanjo to commit the crime too.
That's right. I get that Nanjo was in the lounge with Erika from 1 to 3, but what before and after that? What about that? Yes. First, the alibi for before 1 a.m. There's no problem at all. I played cards with the cousins in their room until midnight, and then went downstairs to the lounge where I met Dr. Nanjo.
That's right. Midnight, I met Erika-san after she came down the stairs and spoke with her. Learned that she was quite the connoisseur of the mystery genre. I realized that I found a kindred spirit.
When I went into the library to solve the Ep5 riddle, I noticed that there were several original copies of famous foreign mystery novels stored there. So I wanted to discuss them with the actual books and things. We moved to the library and were talking the whole time. Constantly, until we moved to the lounge.
Cramped though it was, that book storage room in the guest house was stocked well enough that it was fair to call it a small library. In it were several famous foreign mystery novels that Kinzo had once taken a liking to. Of course, they were all originals and in English, but English was no problem for either Erika or Nanjo. For this occasion, they had borrowed the key to the library one more time from Golan's servant room. At that point, Erika checked the seal again, and of course reset it. Empty. Even though she keeps it sealed for anyone else to enter or leave, she alone enters or leaves whenever she wants.
I see. So from midnight until 3 a.m. when you went to sleep, you were with Nanjo the whole time? That means Nanjo's alibi is the most rock solid of them all. Yes, that's it exactly. My master, repeat it.
I'll respond. Through midnight,
Erika was with Nanjo the whole time until 3 a.m. At midnight, the crime in the cousin's room still hadn't occurred. So this way, an alibi had been established for the period before the time they were in the lounge. After that, we walked out of the library and into the hallway at 1 a.m. When we did, we just happened to bump into Rosa as she returned. I then told Kora-san about that. I figured it was probably a servant's responsibility to welcome in a guest. But I asked if he should bring a towel, but Rosa refused. She quickly headed up to the second floor. At this point, Erika, Goda, and Nanjo gathered together and decided to have a drink. Their alibis in the lounge up until 3 a.m. have already been proclaimed in red. There are no problems there. Let's continue on to after 3 a.m. This is Dr. Nanjo's alibi after we split up. At 3 a.m., their son returned and the people in the lounge went their separate ways. Dr. Nanjo, Father-san, and I went up to the second floor. I then said goodnight to Dr. Nanjo. At this time, of course, I put a seal on the door to the doctor's room as well. And it went unchanged until the crime was discovered. I flew out of my room at the same time as Father-san's scream, and checked to see that the door to Nanjo's room was still sealed. Therefore, Dr. Nanjo's alibi is perfect both before 1 and after 3. Nanjo has an alibi. Well, that's everybody at the guest house except Battler. Splendid, Erika. Both your seal and your red truth are perfect. Nanjo had an alibi of being with Erika until 3 a.m. And he didn't leave his room until 3 a.m. until morning. Erika made use of the seals on the door and was granted red truths from Burn Castell one after another. For me, demanding that Beata repeat something had been about maneuvering and tactics. But it's totally different for Erika. For her, it's like having a trump card that can make red whenever she wants. This concludes the proof of alibis for all suspects in the guest house. Any problems? I do have a problem. And that problem is... about to rack her brains to find some point to latch onto. But Erika's red had been ruthlessly perfect. There was no point she could take issue with. Beato kept thinking hard, trying to fault Erika on something. But her expression was so wrought with desperation that anyone could tell by looking. Beata's complaint is rejected. I can't sense any problems at all. It's totally pop, cute, and perfect. Alibis for all humans in the guest house have now been proven. Yeah, that's true. All humans. All of them. Wait a sec, Erika. Are you trying to leave me out of this? We should only be a battler, else I should have had a chance to commit the crime. After all, I was in the same room as the victims all night. I'm not gonna let you skip past this part while ignoring me. Huh? At that time, an arrow twisted like a golden snake and hit me. It didn't pierce through me, but it slapped me hard on the cheek like a whip. Battler-sama, your right to speak has not yet been recognized. Be warned. Oh, damn it. Yeah, I understand, Battler, and my apologies. Forgive me. Erika, you still haven't shown an alibi for Battler. Battler is the man who was sleeping alongside the victims. Shouldn't he be placed under suspicion more than anyone else? Was the crime also possible for Battler, who was in the guest house? Beatrice writes, you can't go skipping Madeline. My apologies. I had completely forgotten.
Sir Battler returned at 3 a.m. You went up to the second floor with him, and I believe you also went to your own room and slept. You may have gone to the cousin room at midnight, but I don't think you went there after 3 a.m. Will you now claim that you went to crawl into Battler's bed later on? Well, if you say you were looking at Battler's sleeping face all night long to confirm his alibi in the cousin room, then I'd accept it, right?
Yes, I listened to him breathing in his sleep all night long. Got a problem with that?
What?
I, Kurudo Erika, can prove that Battler-san returned to the cousin room at 3 a.m. That he went straight to bed afterwards. And that he went straight to sleep. And I can prove that until he woke up, noticed the gruesome situation the room was in, and let out a scream, nothing happened in that room. So, you have no need to worry. Battler-san isn't the culprits. He's just a charming first discoverer who entered the murder scene without realizing it was one and sleep until morning. That's insane. It shouldn't be possible for you to prove that with those seals you love so much. How can you prove this? It's ridiculous. At the time, I entered the room alone. Ika probably went into her room too. And she says something like that as though she saw the whole thing.
She never said she saw it. The room Erika was assigned to. Where was it located?
Erika, please tell me. How can you prove so much about that one? I expect no less from a true detective. My room was right next to the cousin's room. There was only a single thin wall between them.
You don't mean you put your ear against the wall to check what was happening in the cousin room?
Yes. My ears are perfect.
Right after Battler-san entered the room, I put my ear against the wall and checked to make sure nothing strange happens.
You said you could prove that nothing happened until Battler let out a scream the next morning. You don't mean... Yes. I put my ear against the wall and listened in on that room until morning, without sleeping a wink.
Everyone was stunned into silence. She put her ear against the wall, and for the entire time until morning, she listened to what was going on in Battler's room. Just what would that have looked like? Until dawn, he had killed her breathing in a pitch-black room, clinging to the wall shared with the cousin room, like some kind of creepy venomous spider clinging to the wall of the darkened room. Frank still alone was grinning in triumph. Due to the progression of the game, I realized that Battler, the one who had received the X-ray, he had played. I was sure that Battler would be a victim of the first 5 weeks. Yes. So, just as my master told me to do, I put my ear against the wall until morning without a wink of sleep, checking to make sure nothing unusual happened. Erika has a photographic memory, and her hearing ability is on par with a tape recorder. Oh, Bug, look at that! Third mention of a tape recorder. It would have been impossible for him to deceive Erika's ears. Either to kill George and the others, or make those wounds on their throat. It was impossible for Battler to commit the crime. Okay. Alright then. Fuck me, I guess.
It's an accepted power of the detective's authority. I have no choice but to acknowledge it. I'll confirm it in red. Ushinomiya Battler returned to the classroom at 3 a.m. and fell asleep. After that, until the discovery of the crime, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary happened in the room. In other words, it was impossible for Battler to commit murder or damage the corpses.
The red from the pair forced Battler to show an expression of considerable anguish. It was only natural. Those red truths not only guaranteed Battler's alibi, but a number of other things as well. First off, it meant the murder was impossible for anyone after 3 a.m. And since the cousins were confirmed to be alive as late as midnight, the time period of the crime automatically became between midnight and 3 a.m. That meant the alibis for all people who weren't in the guest house before 3 a.m. had also been guaranteed automatically. It is impossible for the crime to have occurred after 3 a.m. No! We're running out of blue statements. No. Well, I guess these are questions, but still, we're running out. Oh, it hurts. A lot. After midnight, Erika was in the guest house the whole time. Though it should have been difficult for her to prove alibis for all the people in the mansion. It should have been almost impossible to prove alibis for Eva and the others. Now, all she has to do is prove that they never visited the guest house between midnight and 3 a.m. And she can prove those alibis. Anyway, we'll have to construct it so that the murders were possible before 3 a.m. And we have to prove that it was possible for one of the people in the mansion to do it. The people who had been in the guest house all had alibis. The crime didn't occur before midnight. The crime couldn't have occurred after 3 a.m. In other words, there was no way for the murders to happen unless someone from the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3 a.m. Is it possible that someone in the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3 a.m.? Is it possible? In order to protect Natsuki, she had to establish that it was possible for someone other than Natsuki to commit the crime. Ironically, the witch had to prove that a human had committed the crime. Still, it's getting pretty difficult. Until 3 a.m., Erika was in the lounge. And you have to pass through there to reach the second floor. In other words, she's practically like a manager for the guest house second floor.
This tactic may be a bit overused, but if it was possible for someone to go up to the second floor without Erika noticing, we should be able to prove that the crime was possible for a human.
It's probably possible for a human to climb up to a second-story window if they really wanted to. There possibly a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge Erika was in? Of course, Beata had also thought of striking back that way. Hang on. I need to take a break real quick. I want to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Graham. Okay, I've been thinking about it. I think I have another blue statement of my own that I could use here, but I'll refrain for now. Of course, Beato had also thought of striking back that way. And Brinka still must have thought this as well. Battle, Nanjo, Goda, Kumasawa. We realized that the crime was impossible for all these people in the guest house. However, what about the humans in the mansion?
As I have already said, and as my master has even proclaimed with direct truth, I was in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house, and to reach the second floor, one must pass through the lounge. In other words, it was impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it.
And what if it wasn't impossible? For example, what if someone placed the ladder against the outer wall of the guest house and snuck into a second-story window? There must be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. That way, it would be possible to reach the crime scene without you seeing it. Beato finally struck back. Before now, she'd let Erika take total control and attack her with the red over and over. During that time, Beato counterattacks with the blue truth had been few in number. Even including this one. What? Sorry.
Of course, I need to try saying that. I couldn't have my lookout in the lounge become meaningless. So first, I must prove that my lookout was perfect. First off, because of how the guest house is constructed, it's impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it from the lounge. There are no places under the cover, nor are there any physical mental blind spots. My master, repeat it. It is impossible for someone to reach the second floor of the guest house without anyone in the lounge noticing. Though, of course, this only refers to reaching the second floor from inside the building. Good, my master. So, next is Lady Beatrice's theory. There might be a way to reach the second floor from the outside. This really is a problem. After all, there are trees that could probably be climbed and someone could have used the ladder. Even crawling up the rain gutter can't be ruled out as impossible. But I can't let you do that.
Oh, you won't let me? And how's that? Do you stay up all night circling the guest house? No, you couldn't do that. You were in the lounge. From the lounge, you can only see a small part of the outer perimeter through the window.
That's true. I couldn't prevent Del Mesivit climbing up to the second floor. However, I was able to prevent all entry to the second floor.
Prevent entry? I had already foreseen this move. How terrifying that she would be so persistent.
Because of how the guest house is constructed, the windows are the only method of entry from the outside to the second floor. The locks, not important at all. I only had to prove that none of the windows or shutters were open even once. After I witnessed the location of the hidden golds, I returned to the guest house and immediately began severing all methods of entry to the second floor of the guest house that didn't pass through the window. Yes, it's exactly the same. No different from the rest. Oh, tell me. You used that seal of yours on all the windows of the guest house? In that weather? Dressed like that? Well, I did have my swimsuit from when I drifted here.
There is a ton of fan art of this.
of this, like, mental image, by the way, as you can imagine. You're insane. Like, you'll see her, like, drenched in rain in her swimsuit, like, putting the fucking papers on the windows from outside. At a house where you were welcomed as a guest. Did something like that in the middle of the rain even though nothing had happened yet?
For a normal human, it would have been an action so suspicious as to be completely impossible. However, she is the witch's piece.
In the middle of all that rain, Erika sealed all the windows from the outside to create an alibi showing that no one could have snuck into the guest house from the outside. She climbed up the wall herself and did that to all the windows on the first and second floor. No, to all things that could possibly have permitted entry. Although, after hearing that she'd listened to the cousin room all night long without even sleeping a wink, this new bizarre action didn't seem quite so impossible. This had probably also looked like a venomous spider. A disgusting spider crawling over the outside guest house wall during a storm. What do you think of the Sushinomiya family? Is this how you repay us for welcoming you as a guest?
To a detective, the Yoshinomiya family is nothing more or less than the stage upon which the crime occurs. Before the outbreak of the crime, it was important for me to memorize the names of the characters, memorize the layout of the lands, and prepare for the upcoming crime by devoting my time towards collecting and creating all possible alibis. From my perspective, detectives who don't prepare anything before the outbreak of the crime are pretty third rate.
You could have prevented the crime, you know?
After all, we all know that someone will die wherever we spend the nights. Furthermore, at the time the crime was discovered, Erika confirmed that none of those seals had been broken. That's why Erika wasn't the first one to reach the custody room when the corpses were found. Even without inspecting the corpses, she could be certain of several things thanks to the red truth.
She solved the crime.
It was more important to check the seals and construct outlets. My master is perfect. All I did was prove everything perfectly by following my master's orders. Well done, Erika. My double. My piece. What do you think, Lambda? Doesn't this prove that Erika's lookout in the lounge contains absolute reliability as far as constructing alibis?
There is no way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge.
Oh! Yeah, I acknowledge it. Erika, your seal is perfect. I'll acknowledge it in red. It was impossible to reach the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge. And impossible to reach it at all without Erika, who was in the lounge knowing about it. Thank you very much, Lady Lambda Delta. So, you know what's coming next, great Lady Beatrice. Therefore, the time of the crime is limited to the single hour between midnight, when they were confirmed to be alive, and 1 a.m., when our party in the lounge started.
Oh.
I've already said it, but at midnight, I went down to the lounge. hit it off with Dr. Nanju and was engrossed by a discussion of the mystery genre in the library until 1 a.m. It's a bit embarrassing, but I grew so wrapped up in that discussion that I wouldn't have noticed if anyone had passed through the corridor during that period. Quite a regretful mistake for a detective. After doing all that maneuvering and setting up seals to guarantee a perfect alibi, she became too engrossed in a mystery discussion and left an opening. I mean, she's a debater. You can see it in her demeanor. She loves to debate and discuss and have discourse more than anything in this life. Her relaxed smile was completely shameless, the total opposite of her words. It almost seems like it's the other way around. It's enough to make you think that this was an intentional trap. To make it clear that that only Nazi didn't have an alibi between midnight and 1 a.m. In other words, it paradoxically means this. The only ones who could have reached the cousin's room and committed the crime are those characters who have no alibi between midnight and 1 a.m. Her eyes clearly hinted that Nazi was the only one who fits this description. It's only possible for the crime to have occurred between midnight and 1 a.m. Uh-oh. It should have been a crime whose time and location were completely unknown during the long nights. But because of the alibis Erika had constructed, it had been limited to the time period between midnight and 1 a.m. Erika left the cousin room at midnight. That marks the last confirmation that George and the others were alive. And after the party in the lounge started at 1, it was impossible to reach the cousin room by any method. Damn her. And from a mere human. This is quite bad. The night has been sealed up into an hour, and at this rate, there won't be many suspect pieces left. Damn it. Lenny Berngesell. Nicely done. Like badly. I'm not an idiot. After watching this game 5 times, I've got more than enough cards in my hands. Then, let us continue. Let's examine the alibis of the remaining suspects, the people in the mansion. After all, we only have to worry about the single hour between midnight and 1 a.m. That shouldn't be difficult at all. Let's start with midnight. At this time, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji are in the second floor corridor, and all the others are in the first floor dining hall. This has already been shown by my master's red. Yeah, that's right. Midnight, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji were in the corridor on the second floor of the mansion. The rest of them were in the dining hall on the first floor. And as you know, there was a mysterious note, and a letter with the Wangwen seal on it appeared. The discussion surrounding that continued until 1. I will say it with the direct truth. All the people in the dining hall, not one of them left the dining hall until 1 a.m. Excluding Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji, none of the people in the mansion left the mansion before 1. Oh, now it's time for the distraction tactic battle. Let's buy time by talking about the letter again, because she was not able to solve that one. Since the possible time for the crime had been limited between midnight and 1 a.m., the adults in the family conference who were confirmed not to have left the mansion between midnight and 1 a.m. all had proven alibis. Then how do you intend to prove that? Erika's in the guest house. Did someone
Prove it by using one of your favorite seals on the dining hall door. You have no convincing evidence or proof. The red truth is simply truth, and there is no need to prove evidence, proof, or room for a counter-argument. You make that. This overbearing red truth had only given alibis to the adults in the dining hall. He also gave alibis to Shannon and Cannon, who had come to serve tea. And even guaranteed that they never left the dining hall. In other words, the only ones who didn't have proven alibis were these three: Natsuki, Kraus, and Genji. No, there were only two left, because Genji's a victim. If Kraus and Genji had their alibis proven, it proves that no one but Natsuki could have been the culprits. Oh, that's what they mean. So really there's only one, because one of them is the victim.
Let's do Genji next. He's a victim, but you can't deny the possibility that he committed the crime in the cousin room and was then killed himself. And furthermore, though he was in the second floor corridor at midnight, he then returned to the servant room to transfer the phone call for Natsuki and was completely isolated.
Was the crime also possible for Genji, who was in the mansion? Uh-oh. Which means it was possible for Genji to commit the...
I'll say it in red. When Genji finished transferring the call, he immediately returned to the waiting room. It's just a cold, hard truth, without any evidence, proof, seals, or alibis. Got it.
When Genji finished transferring, the call was in red. Fuck me, there was a call. I mean, we don't know what the call was about, but there was a call. That has to mean something. Oh, shit. What does it mean? Genji was calling for pizza.
Then, at 1 a.m., there was another break in the family conference, and Rosa returned to the guest house.
Where's the waiting room? I think it's in the... I want to say it's in the first floor of the mansion.
At that time, I'm truly thankful for your cooperation, Ushiromi Yaeva-san. Please, rice. Erika-chan wasn't the only one, okay? I was also certain that something would happen that night. She's the person who taught me how to make those seals. And she's helped me to check the alibis of those people under suspicion. During the break at 1 a.m., I went to Genji-san's waiting room and used the same seal as Erika-chan. In other words, if that wasn't broken, it would mean no one entered or left that room between 1 a.m. and the next morning. The murder of Genji is also limited to the span between midnight and 1. Okay, but we're really trusting Eva. I mean, you know how it goes, Bug. If it gets repeated in red, we have no choice. Now, Anon-san and Komasawa-san, please rise.
Kanon rose expressionlessly, and Komasawa got to her feet timidly.
In the morning, you two went to wake Genji-san because he had slept in, right? And at that time, you noticed that the door was sealed. Broke the seal, and opened the door, correct?
Yes. thought it was some kind of prank.
I didn't think deeply about it. I'm not asking for your opinions. Just give us the facts. Do you break the seal and enter the room?
Yes.
The director I guarantee that Eva, Ano and Kumasawa's statements just now are true. At 1 a.m., Eva sealed Genji's waiting room. And that seal was broken by Kano and Kumasawa in the morning when the crime was discovered.
Well, okay. Why did she do that, though? I mean, she was suspicious, but why Genji?
This'll be a pain, so I'll add on soon. During the short break of 1 a.m., the first two to leave the dining hall were Rose and Nick. Until Eva returned, everyone in the dining hall remained there. So seeing Rose off, Eva went to the waiting room and sealed. Of course, she did not enter the room at all. This is all information gathered from the people involved. It isn't direct truth without basis. It's a truth, due to proper reasoning constructed from testimony. Not only testimony, but the limits of scientific investigation such as collecting fingerprints were used here. After all, Iso-san's study is a treasure vault with all kinds of chemicals. Obtained all sorts of results to create an ultimate truth, infinitely close to a red truth. This isn't a science mystery, so I'll spare you the details. As Erika swaggered around the cathedral, she arrogantly touted her scientific knowledge. She had thorough knowledge of all the chemicals in Kinzo's study and had used them to conduct a scientific investigation, which had now been acknowledged and made into a red truth by Brain Castell. She didn't explain the details, but she had obtained results that were convincing even without the red truth. Collecting fingerprints with aluminum powder. Component analysis of the mud under someone's shoe and various chemical reactions from the flaming rainwater. Eika just walked into someone else's study several times and used several chemicals however she pleased, all without asking the family's permission. However, no one could fault her for this. Thieves couldn't hinder any action the detective might take for the investigation. That's the power of the detective's authority. You act like you own the police. From now on, I'll tell everyone I meet if someone claims to be a detective, never welcome him into your house as a guest. That's probably a good idea. Giving shelter to a detective is just about the worst omen of misfortune out there. Because of this, it has been proven that it was only possible to reach Genji's waiting room and commit the crime between midnight and 1 a.m. Furthermore, by Erika's investigation, it has been proven that it was impossible for Genji to reach the cousin room. It has already been made clear in red that, after transferring the phone call to Natsuki, Genji had gone straight back to the waiting room. And because of Erika's scientific investigation, further red had been added, saying that Genji never left the mansion after midnight. Because of this, it's been made clear that Genji couldn't have reached the guest house, much less the cousin room. Genji has an alibi. I see.
There's only 2 bullet points left.
Now, only Kraus and Natsuki remain. Everyone else had had their alibis proven, haven't they?
Impossible!
Natsuki's mouth flapped open and shut like a suffocating goldfish.
And that's an accurate analogy. Natsuki's mind was blank and spinning out of control. And she felt as though she really would suffocate.
Shiromi Natsuki, I'll give you one last chance. Confess that all of the crimes were the work of your husband.
Fool! Do I look like the kind of woman who would falsely accuse her husband? No, you look like the kind of woman who would believe all of his bullshits because of all the brainwashing he's done to you.
That Natsuki has denied it. I'll give you the same chance. You understand, right? Or wait, don't tell me. You're not going to take advantage of the fact that Krause is missing to try and pull a devil's proof on me, are you?
Was the crime also possible for Krause, who was in the mansion? Oh, fuck. It's over, guys. I'm gonna lose everything here. You have to realize that they were rapidly approaching the end of this battle. Normally, Bata should have been able to argue against these alibis of Erika's in several ways, using the blue truth. However, all of these alibis had been accepted by Brinkistil and Lambda Delta as truth. And Beato no longer had any room to argue. Like, those witches started distorting things so that they match up with the plotline Erika's drawn up.
Right. If the Game Master Lady Lambda Delta, that's true. Authenticity will not be questioned. The world that comes after will be formed based on the final remaining truth. This happens no matter how far this final truth is from the real truth.
There's no way Uncle Krause is the culprit. It's being held prisoner somewhere. Wait. We can't deny the possibility that Natsuki was skillfully tricked into believing that during the phone call.
Do you suspect Natsuki and Krause, either of them?
Well, Eika's truth has been constructed in a cowardly fashion.
But it is a proper truth.
Though the witches did conspire with it,
It has still been acknowledged as a red truth. In other words, it cannot be a fake truth built solely on it. This means that even Erika's truth is supported by logic.
the truth about Natsuki and Krause being culprits is also very possible.
Even if it's a mixture of truth and lies. It makes sense logically. It's a mixture of truth and lies that's just as valuable as truth is. Which of those two truths will you believe? That is up to you to decide.
No. Krause and Natsuki and Uncle Krause. I realize they're in some money trouble. But even so, I don't want to believe that they're the culprits. No, I can't believe it.
On this game board, where the red is steadily cornering Natsuki, how do you intend to let her escape?
I don't know. However, I seriously don't want to give up. Natsuki was just caught in a cowardly trap. Erika's reasoning has fallen for that trap completely. So whether it's intentional or she's being manipulated, Erika is setting the true culprits. Erika has accused Natsuki of being the culprit. But even if everyone here believes that, in fact, for that very reason, I want to be the one who trusts on Natsuki. If everyone believes it's her, will that become the truth? If everyone accepts a lie, will that become the truth? It's back to not believing anyone is the culprit. Yeah. True. Must an honest person be dragged up to the guillotine, all alone and taunted by liars? I don't like it. If no one else will believe in Natsuki, then I will.
nobody believes on Natsuki, then I'm dead. The real truth isn't something that's determined when everyone accepts it. It's okay, Valor, I also believe in Natsuki. I know nobody else in chat does, but I do. It's something you find after thoroughly investigating both possibilities. So this trial is a downright lie. This trial exists for no reason other than to set on Natsuki up as the culprit. Are you claiming confirmation bias, Badler? That's right. Beato is doing all she can to plead Natsuki's case, right? Wrong. Beato is trying to refute Erika's argument. She's just defending. You can't fight in this trial by simply resisting all of your opponent's claims. This is why Beato always cornered me in the past. He isn't gonna beat Erika by finding flaws in her reasoning. He has to find a different truth and show Lambda Delta, the commander of this game, that her truth is more correct than Erika. That's right, it's just like in Phoenix Wright. You can't just win by proving that your defendant is innocent. You need to prove that the prosecutor is the true killer. Sometimes it's the witness, but many times it's the fucking prosecutor. Can anyone create a truth where Natsuki is in the culprits? Without violating direct truths that Lady Brinkestown has shown. I don't know. But as long as I don't believe that Natsuki is the culprit, there's got to be a different truth. It's even okay if the culprit for the crime was a witch. The battler from episode 1 seeing this horrified. I can't believe I'm saying this. What has happened to me? That's better than having Natsuki framed by an incorrect truth. So, no matter how much red truth you are shown, you won't believe that Natsuki is the culprit, correct? Yeah. For all things, there should always be some people who believe and some who don't. No matter how much evidence is stacked up against her, someone has to believe that she's innocent. There must be several truths in the world that cannot be proven with evidence. I don't ever want to accept that something's true just because everyone says it is. How can you be so sure that there's nothing in the backside of the moon if you've never seen it? Is there some reason that you have to believe it? Until you see the back of the moon with your own eyes. You can deny neither the possibility that there's nothing there after all, or the possibility that there's a thriving culture of space bunnies. Yay! You should never assume something is the truth until you actually check it. This court is a malicious thing, trying to force a single interpretation on a truth that cannot be checked. I believe there was a civilization on the backside of the moon. But that was in elementary school, and I was made fun of and laughed at. Fucked up. So I thought it was embarrassing to think that a civilization lived... This is his big turning point. This is how he became atheist. So I thought it was embarrassing to think that a civilization lives on the moon. And I threw away that belief. I've been told by a book my mom read me that rabbits lived on the backside of the moon. So I believed that for a long, long time. But when everyone said it was wrong, I abandoned that truth without ever trying to check it. I'm imagining like this scenario where people are like making fun of him at school for saying, that's such a stupid story. Where did you hear that? Oh, my dead mom told it to me. And everyone's like, oh. just killing the fucking bullies by making it super awkward. Even without evidence, I abandoned the truth I believed in. And now everyone is starting to believe that Natsuki is the culprit. Even though no decisive evidence has been shown. Even without evidence, Erika's words sound reasonable. So they're probably the truth. Is that why you're throwing away your belief that Natsuki is innocent despite a lack of proof? I'm not. I will always believe in Natsuki. If no one else will believe, then I will. I believe the real truth only appears if you look with both eyes. One denying and one affirming. No matter how much she tries to make us believe that Natsuki is the culprit, I believe she isn't. I won't abandon that belief.
Understood. Then I will give you just a single red truth. I will give this single bit of power to you. Now that you possess the will to fight in the truest sense.
Power?
By the name of the finite witch, Virgilia. No, as the former witch Bethlehem, I will grant you this red truth.
Ushiromiya Natsuki is not the culprit.
Plea bargain. If you acknowledge that Cross is the culprit.
Oh shit! Thank you for the 13 one.
Erika will suspend her pursuit of Natsuki. From then on, the investigation will proceed, assuming that Krause, whose location is unknown, is the culprit. While you do battle, at this rate, Natsuki is in serious trouble, right? Will you accept the plea bargain? If you're willing to abandon the Yoshiyomida family honor thing, Britt will be kind enough to let you get off with a draw, okay?
Krause is currently missing, and it's unknown whether he's alive or dead. Like Ginso, he's no different than a cat in a box that has disappeared into the mists of the islands. A cat inside a box is unfixed, and no interpretation of it can be denied. It is the root of endless interpretations, the true source of the endless witch's power. In other words, no matter how much Bern Castell claims that Krause is a culprit, she can't make that the sole truth. In other words, the Krause culprit theory and the witch theory can be in almost perfect balance. It would mean making the game a draw. This was cajolery, offering her a second chance if she abandons the honor of the family she swore to protect, and consents to a fragment that stomps all over that honor. There's no room for false confidence. For battle, to lose is to die. In this game, she should always choose to draw unless she has an overwhelming advantage. I won't allow you to treat my husband like the culprits. My husband is the successor to the Yoshinomiya family headship. The only person who will inherit the glory of the Yoshinomiya family. I will never let you treat him like a criminal. Are you sure, Natsuki? If you refuse to suspect Krause, then you'll be the only one left. Alibis have been proven for everyone else. In other words, temples raven. Even without any evidence, it will be determined that you are the culprit. And if I'm the only one left, what then? I am Yoshinomiya Natsuki. I will not run or hide. I am innocent. And I am the representative of the noble head, with the one winged deal engraved into my heart. If you wish to insult me, go ahead. If you wish to ridicule me, do as you please. No one can damage my honor with a mixture of truth and lies. With a dignified voice, Natsuki stated her case openly before the witches above her. However, this response of hers might have been exactly what Bern Castell had intended.
Natsuki refuses the deal. And you, Beato? You understand, right? The instant Natsuki is certified as the culprit, Lambda will make her verdict. And if that happens, the illusion of the witch will be denied, and you'll disappear instantly. You plan to let Natsuki's foolish bragging track you down to the depths of hell?
Bishi, you fought well. This is our chance. Convince Natsuki and try to work out a compromise.
Hello, Sun and Raiders. How's it going? Let me give you a shout out. What's going on in the Sun Raid? We're currently. Oh, I was like, why did that happen? Oh, it's because I pressed the number right. Yeah, it's going well. We're in the final bit of episode 5, which could take like another 3 hours, but it is the final bit. Well, I guess it's not going so well. My theories for this episode are not looking good, but the story is good at least. Let's see. Both Lady Lumdadel and Lady Brinkestell have Boredom, not you, as your true enemy. They probably want to have this game repeat and play some more. If they see that you're willing to make a concession, they will most likely accept it gladly and move on to the next game. If we move on to the next game, then what will happen to the Natsuki of this game? The Natsuki of this fragment? Now isn't the time to be worrying about that, right? Natsuki is just a piece. Even if she gets removed from this game, she'll show up again in the next one. But that doesn't apply to you. I believe you know what Lady Brinkestell plans for this game. It's a more realistic goal to make use of that and aim for victory in the next game instead. Accepting Lady Brinkestell's deal might be our one and only good option right now. Throw away that useless pride of yours. Neither Kasparov nor Deep Blue won every game. The person that wins more games wins in the end, right? If a witch gets too attached to a single match, single life, single piece, that witch dies. My apologies, but I cannot do that. I know the strength of a man who believed even though everyone said he was wrong. And I know the suffering he went through when he was forced to abandon that belief. I will not abandon Natsuki. Why? Because if everyone else suspects Natsuki, then someone has to believe in her. I don't know who those are. Because truth can only be found in the gap between those who doubt and those who believe. I won't abandon her. Even if everyone accepts that Natsuki is the culprit, I will still claim that I, the witch, am the culprit. If I can't even make that claim, my existence isn't worth anything. I cannot lose. The truth isn't something anyone gets to deny. Only when you doubt and abandon it yourself does it disappear. Is that your answer, Battle? Yeah, of course I refuse. Ushinomiya Krause is not the culprit. Ushinomiya Krause is not the culprit. Uh-oh. We've only got one left. Cool. I won't let you take that back, okay? Here's what you get for being a quick-tempered moron. By the name of Brinkestell, Witch of Miracles, I speak with direct truth. Bushidomiya Krause is not the culprit. Oh, fuck! Kasparov is one of the most famous chess players and Deep Blue is the first AI that could almost consistently beat Kasparov. Oh.
And he was killed long ago, shortly after you heard his voice over the phone.
Get fucked, so she did hear him in the phone! The phone call is real! Yes! No! This is me right now. It's over, guys. Everything we had, well, everything I had is gone. Here. Bernticel's cruel and ruthless red blade gouged Natsuki. It was totally merciless. Natsuki had been crushed with uncertainty, not knowing whether Krause was alive or dead. She has still been capable of believing that he was alive. And now, that hope, that expectation, had been crushed without any chance for a miracle. She had thrown herself into this trap out of concern for her husband's safety. She had now lost her daughter and husband, and everything she had gained since marrying into the Ushinoya. No. Even after all this, one thing still remained. If her husband has been lost, then right now, she is the last person who can protect the honor of the Yoshinomiya family. He still couldn't let it end there. Here. Even wrapped up in so much sadness, Natsuki would do all she could to protect that honor with this final bit of strength.
Nope. It's all over. It's been determined with direct truth that none of the remaining people in the dining hall left that room until 1 a.m.
Now it's time for her to go Tsukamoto.
In other words, alibis have already been proven for everyone except Natsuki.
Everyone in the mansion besides Natsuki has an alibi. No! This is how Kaiji felt near the end of Season 2.
Well done, Erika and Brinkistel. You've fully proven that the crime was impossible for everyone except Ushinomiya Natsuki. Why don't I start reading aloud from the verdict? At midnight on October 4th, 1986, the defendant, Ushinomiya Natsuki, left before the others while pretending to return to her room to sleep, and murdered George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji, one after another during the 1-hour period between 1 a.m. Let me tack something. Due to circumstantial evidence, we put the murder of Kraft. Yeah, that's right. In this situation, it's unthinkable that anyone except Natsuki could kill Kraft. A revision to the verdict. During the hour before 1 a.m., Krause, George, Jessica, Maria Rosa, and Genji were killed one after another. It's only possible for any of these murders to have taken place between midnight and 1. The only person without an alibi during this time was Ushinomiya Natsuki. From this point forward, the defendant will be treated as the true culprit. Furthermore, because it has been fully proven that the crime was possible for humans, Batoriche, Endless Witch, this Court of Illusions hereby denies your existence. You'll be given a chance to plead your case, but can you prove an alibi for Natsuki? Or can you prove that it was possible for someone other than Natsuki? If you can do that, Natsuki will stuck at being one shade short of absolute guilt. and the denial of her existence will be put on hold for this game. If Natsuki had an alibi, that would have shown it long ago. In fact, wasn't the whole point of that trap to make her lose her alibi? Even if her alibi is not proven, I will believe in Natsuki's innocence, no matter how much you try to pin your fake truth on her. I am the culprit. Natsuki is innocent, even without any proof. The truth is only known by the Master of the Night and the Silence, Katorichi, the Golden. I am Ushinomiya Natsuki. Now that my husband has passed away, I am the head of the Ushinomiya family. My determination will not bend, no matter how much you try and humiliate me. Why, you ask? It is because Father gave me permission to engrave the family crest of the One-Winged Eagle into my heart. How do you intend to prove the existence of this honor with your evidence and your alibis? You cannot. The Ushinomiya family crest engraved into my heart is immortal. Now that Natsuki and Bertoichi had practically been placed on the guillotine, they cried out with all the strength of their determination. However, that did nothing but bring a cold smile to Lambda Delta's face. Erika had constructed a truth that Lambda Delta could accept. And no one could construct a more convincing truth to deny Erika. In that case, the most convincing truth would swallow up everything else and become the one and only truth. Even if it happened to be different from the real truth. The truth of those in the past is swallowed up by the truth of those in the future. This can happen even for a mixture of truth and lies. As long as everyone acknowledges it's true. Sheesh, stop howling already. I like it best when you witches sob and beg for their lives when they're about to be burned at the stake. And they try to bluff like you do, it's such a diligent. In that case, I guess I'll send you one final gift. A red truth to smash that bluff wide open. What do you mean? Stop it! Lady Brinkistel! Hasn't it already been overridden with the truth you wish for? That truth and Natsuki should be able to coexist. Please, don't defile it. Please. Natsuki, when did Ginso ever say it was okay for you to engrave the One-Winged Eagle into your heart? Those were just the words of the Ginso from your delusions, weren't they? You know, the real Ginso. Not once in his entire life did he ever trust you from the bottom of his heart. Not once did he ever consider letting you bear the family crest. When that heartless announcement was made, Ginso stood up.
Natsuki, you need not listen to this. No one can defile the crest engraved in your heart. That is yours alone. Don't let your pride as the final family head be forgotten forever. Natsuki!
Just shut up and disappear, you miserable delusion of Natsuki's.
Ah! You cannot erase me. You cannot erase my soul. Not as long as the crest is engraved into Natsuki's heart.
That's enough, you lying illusion. The real Ginso wouldn't say that. Disappear. You, the illusion of Ginso inside Natsuki's mind. Beautified by Natsuki to suit her own purposes.
Ah! Natsuki! Ah!
A bright red flash of lightning smashed Ginso over and over again as he screamed.
No!
Then he crumpled like a doll and sat back down in his chair as though nothing had happened. The fierce emotion had left Ginso's face.
he had truly become like a wax model. And so, he would never again share kind words with Natsuhi. That's right, the true Kinso never once trusted Natsuhi during his entire life. The true Kinso never once considered allowing Natsuhi to wear the one-wing deal. Because of course, Kinso had already vanished before the start of the game. The Kinso that appears in this game is nothing more than Natsuhi's delusion. Every part of this Kinso who believed in Natsuhi and trusted her with protecting the family honor was a phantom created by Natsuhi. No! Pitiful woman, you will now face the truth. You never gained Yoshinoya Kinso to trust as long as you. Natsuhi, don't cry. Kinso entrusted the Yoshinoya family to you, right? No, he didn't. Not only did he not entrust her with that, he never even said hello or met her gaze even once. Natsuhi's cry was a mixture of sadness and many other emotions, and it echoed throughout the cathedral. Natsuhi could no longer stop her tears. Some last faint element that had cheered her up until today, that had allowed her to endure as Haru Shiromiya, as the wife to the head's representative, and as the final family head, had been torn to bits. Natsuhi no longer had anything left. Natsuhi could no longer allow herself to even call herself an Oshiromiya. Those difficult days, those painful days, those days where she still gave everything she could for the family she had married into despite it all. The very few happy days among these. All of these flitted through her mind, one after another, and disappeared. All those once beautiful memories were then crushed by Bern Castell's red truth. Smashed to bits and scattered, plunged deep into her hands and smeared red with mournful blood. It was the red of sadness and truth. That is all. Just because the crime exists as it does, this level of reasoning is possible for Furudo Erika. What do you think, everyone? Lambda Delta clapped. Then, a bit later, Bern Castell also clapped, looking pleased. The expressionless, wax-like figure audience followed suit, and the unshakable verdict was welcomed with a great applause. And so, the truth of this tale was decided. Yes! Oh! The scholar time. I love this song so much. Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in the parlor. And with one exception, white text, yes. It has been shown that none of them had committed murder. This is not a red truth. And the culprit is among these people. Whoa. In that case, it's conclusive, isn't it? Unless the culprit is a witch who committed murder. It was you! You killed George, killed my husband. Why? Why? Didn't kill anyone. It didn't. In a panic,
and with a voice that was far from calm. No matter that was, to put it coldly, unsightly. Nasi denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around this. She stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed it on Natsuki, and said it one more time.
You are the culprit, Ushiromiya Natsuki-san.
Red-faced and tear-streaked, Eva walked up to Natsuki and grabbed her by the collar. Then, wordlessly, he slapped Natsuki's cheek. Natsuki, who had never been slapped in her life, was shocked by the taste of irony, which she was feeling for the first time. It turned into a scuffle between Eva and Natsuki. Valor immediately tried to stop them. But Eva planted a sharp knee into Valor's thigh and he doubled over.
Give them back! Give them back, George and my husband! Why did you kill them? You murderer! Murderer!
Hello, Jam. Sobbing, Eva kicked Natsuki, who had fallen to the ground over and over. Valor tried once more to cut in and stop them, but he was brushed aside. And after that, no one tried to stop them. Repeating her son and husband's names over and over again, Eva kicked Natsuki and kicked her. And she started grabbing whatever her eyes fell upon and throwing it. Natsuki was hit with a steaming teacup and a can of black tea. Those tea leaves fell out all over. She was kicked, her hair pulled and dragged up. Her cheek slapped so many times that it started to swell. No one tried to stop this. It wasn't because they were worried about Eva kicking them too. It was because they thought it was an appropriate act of retribution for a person who had lost her beloved son and husband. A proper retribution. A proper truth. Everyone in the parlor accepted that Nazi was the culprit. They accepted the truth that he had claimed. So it became a proper truth, and Nazi was designated as the proper culprits. She had already lost the husband and daughter who might have protected her. And even Kinso, who should have given her a final bit of strength, had already vanished like a bubble in the ocean of illusions. No longer would anyone protect her. No longer would anyone believe her. So she was now the true culprit. Eva's shoulders heaved with her heavy breathing. Apparently, her anger still hadn't abated. Erika patted her shoulder and made Eva take a step back. Of course, this wasn't to protect Nazi from violence. It was to further humiliate Nazi, now that she had been branded as the culprit.
Nazi-san, I've solved 2 of the 3 riddles. The whodunits and the howdunits. The final riddle, the whydunits, must always be confessed by the culprit herself. Please follow the rules of the mystery genre and confess.
The whydunit refers to the motive.
If this was a third-rate mystery, you would let out a high-pitched laugh about now. Confess to the crime and start telling the story of her sad past. Don't tell me you intend to make me explain that part as well. I am not the culprit. Someone, believe me. I just had my husband taken hostage, was threatened, and fell into a trap.
Natsuki, with her hair a mess and her face red and tear streaks, protested to everyone. But no one met her gaze. Because it has already been resolved that Natsuki was the culprit. Because Lambda Delta had acknowledged that the culprit of the tale was Natsuki and had woven it that way. None of the pieces would pay any heed to Natsuki's, to the culprit's words.
Natsuki isn't the culprit. I am the Golden Witch, Patoriche, the one who commands Rokenjima's night and who has reigned since long before the time we were all still scared of the dark. Why can't you just call it my sin? Why must you suspect Natsuki? Acknowledge me. I committed all the crimes. There's no way a human is the culprit.
The illusion of the witch had already been crushed, and Beato's voice didn't reach anyone. The verdict had already been made. Everything had been decided.
No one can hear. You're a phantom, a mere illusion. Go back to being a simple portrait. You're a faint phantom of a witch, born when Kinso shared his illusion with his relatives. That is the truth chosen by this world. So, Great Lady Lambda Delta, now's the time for you to break the ridiculous and foolish illusion that this witch claims is the truth. Goodbye, Patoriche. I made you a witch expecting that you'd either become my friend or help distract me from my boredom. And you answered to my expectations. The second one, that is. I am a witch. Even if Lady Lambda Delta doesn't acknowledge it, I'm a witch. Oh, sure. But you wouldn't even be capable of believing that if I hadn't become your guardian in the first place. Yep. This is game over for you. You'll be buried in accordance with the rules of your game board. What happens to the losers in your game again? Bata has already shown that clearly in the previous game. You get made into a mound of living flesh before being tossed into the ghost dinner party and getting chewed to bits. Now there's a fitting end for you, Bata. And I did come all this way here just to hear the death cries of one as haughty as you. One by one, a massive number of goat attendants slipped out from the shadows of the pillars and began to fill the cathedral. The goats paid no attention to Natsuki, who was seated in the center, but the crowd completely enveloped her. From Beato's point of view up on the balcony, it probably looked like a huge boiling pot of goats. That's right. The contract has been like this since the beginning. I can't believe it. I always will. Yep. Our contract said that whenever you stop entertaining me, you will relieve me of my boredom with your life. Come, strip the title of the witch from this woman and throw her into a pot of goats. Suddenly, there were goats standing right behind Bata. They lifted her up roughly. Let me hear some nice screams. Hear the wine I've been fermenting all this time. Then perhaps refusing your request will be my final strike back at you. Yeah, I made her say it. The best screams always come from a girl who just sets on fire wine. Bob, Beatrice. The goats carrying Beata no longer viewed her as their master. After holding her above the pot of clambering goats, which were snorting heavily in anticipation, they threw Beata's slender body into the air.
If only. All at once, the squirming goats faced the heavens and raced around. It was almost as though they would be able to forget their pain for just a short while by deriving her breath. As she flew through the air, Beato tried to smile boldly, but it was so stiff that it seemed even more pathetic. Much to Baron Castell's amusements. When Beato fell into the pot, the goats caught her. Of course, they didn't do it gently. The arms of countless goats pulled at her flesh to keep it for themselves. They tried to tear her bits to bits. It didn't have to be flesh. Her hair, fingernails, shoes, even bits of her dress were just fine. The mouth of those goats were the gateway. However, Beato was too big to enter into that gateway. So they had to chew and tear her into bits small enough to fit into it. Beato let out a bold laugh. She laughed from the inside, a pot of gold. However, her expression was very different from the one she had wanted. It was an expression not of a witch, but of a single human yelling at her death threat. Then the sea of goats parted. Lanor leapt forward, slicing all the goats in her path with a single flash of her longsword. It was a clean slice, like cutting through butter. The goats were surprised by Lanor's sudden appearance and stepped back. In the center, Beatrice cowered in tatters, sobbing. What's this supposed to be? Lanor, Inquisitor of Heresy. My apologies, but I have something to say. There is someone who has an objection to this ruling. His name is Ushiromiya Battler. All of the goats stared at Battler. What isn't satisfactory about the court's ruling? Do you possess any new device for truth sufficient to request a retrial? Get it. Lanor is offering me a helping hand. If she hadn't jumped in there, it'd be all over. And now, I fully understand how I'm supposed to fight. But because I understand that, I am unable to fight right now. After all, I can't win by simply countering Erika's truth. If I want to deny her truth, I'll need to present a different one. And I still don't have a clue what the truth is. There is nothing that is not healed with time. And there is no truth that cannot be reached if you spend enough time searching. Do you have a different truth, bud? However, all trials have a limited time in which the truth must be decided. Therefore, truth that cannot be reached within that limited time cannot become true. Joe did it. Oh yeah! That's true. We didn't consider Joe. Yeah, we know that. And now, everyone is certain that Anatsu is the culprit. It might be too late now. Him for the real truth. Perhaps. Yo, mama, hey! Hold on. Eva's violence will probably go unstopped. And no one is even thinking about protecting Anatsu. Listen to the motif. It's no longer a situation where we can say, Oh, the truth will eventually be found. I mean, he was. In this world, the time remaining to expose the truth is very short. It's already midnight, at the game's end. The police won't come. The truth won't be revealed. Only the truth decided upon here and now will remain. I slowly stood up, walked in front of Beato, and faced Landor. I have no plan. I don't know the truth. However, if I don't jump in now, I won't get another chance to fight. The red used by Erika's group is mercilessly strict. I seriously doubt that I can put together a truth where Natsuki is in the cult without violating that red. Why the uncertain face? How pathetic. Damn it. Battler. I'll be the one to kill you. The one to keep that promise. And that's... Now, I don't have any plan at all. That's okay. This world... There is no truth. The truth is made later on and overrides what comes before it. Real truth doesn't exist anywhere. Now this is a fun scenario planner. He's just like he needs to ride. He's gonna save us. You need to believe in him. You have no choice. This wouldn't be interesting unless the knight appears before the prince's execution. And there's nothing better than watching heads roll before your very eyes. Erase the old piece and the unneeded player all in one go. As you wish. 4 AP to the great lady brings down. I'm the head inquisitor of heresy, Lanor 8 Knox. Step forward, Ushiro Miya Battler. Damn it. Got nothing more to lose. If you want to see me struggle, I'll show you! The only reason Erika's theory is so strong is because of those seals. She was given red so quickly just because Lambda Delta easily bought the alibis created by those seals. But the seals aren't read true. Just sticking paper in a door crack is far from perfect. There's no way something like that can prove anything with certainty. Begin, Battler. Ready to let those ghosts turn you into a pile of meat along with your beloved Beatrice? Now mix the leftovers from your precious sister into that pile. Wouldn't that make for a wonderful stack of paint? And we can wrap it up in the dumplings, steam it. Maybe have some sauce. No, the best way would be to fry them in a pan with some eggs and ketchup. Damn it! Can't we doubt the reliability of these seals of Veritas? Something like wedging some paper in a door can create a perfect alibi? It might be that someone noticed by chance and happened to put it back in the same place. But if my blue tube should have slashed diagonally through Glanor's chest. However, Glanor's expression didn't budge in the slightest. There wasn't a single wound on her chest. And I was wondering what you'd throw at me. This is ridiculous. Allow me to explain. This is what a sealed doors, what I sealed the doors with. Did you think this was paper, Battler son? Erika once held up the thing that looked like brown paper. This is packing tape. And its adhesive power is extremely strong. I used scissors to make it easier to tear. Furthermore, I wrote my signature, which cannot be reproduced, in 3 places. Across the tear points, across the edge between the door and the tape,
and across the edge between the tape and door frame. Therefore, it's impossible to tear it off without leaving a mark, and it's impossible to reattach too. Permission to unsheath the red tape. Granted. Due to the above, the seals are guaranteed to be perfect. Miss Erika's seals were not broken by anyone, and deception is impossible. I'll acknowledge Erika's seals. However, Anteba's seal on Genji-san's room should be different. Eva's seal was of the same type as Miss Erika. That is because the method of sealing was one that Miss Erika and Eva conceived of together after dinner. Because it's something about a scientific investigation and fits through the chemicals in grandfather's room, right? There might have been some kind of solvent in there. If you use that, you might be able to tear off the packing tape without leaving fingernail marks. Please, allow me to speak. It is impossible to tear off any of the seals by any method without leaving marks. Please, allow me to speak. There was no suspicious marks on any of the seals. Therefore, it's been proven that nothing was done to any of the seals. Repeat it. Yes, laughing. All of Erika and Eva's seals were not tampered with in any way that can be their ability to act as seals, but just being scraped off. Damn it! Damn you! Packing tape that leaves marks all over the place. Thunder isn't my only enemy. There's also her subordinates, Gertrude and Cornelia. And also Erika and her master, Bernkastel. And even Lambda Delta, the one who hijacked Gatla's game. Everyone in this cathedral is my enemy. That fierce rush of red immediately repelled my feeble truth. It's obvious why. I don't have any alternate truth. Even at this final stage, I have nothing. Were the seals all that you had to discuss? You promised to give it everything you got. If I only knew a truth that could prove Natsuki's innocence. I could only make a theory that weaves its way through Erika's red. It's... I don't know anything. Do you have any chance of winning? I left it at home. Mind if I go back and get it? I have already lost. I am prepared for my fate. I promised that I'd kill you, but I won't let anyone else do it. I'll definitely keep that promise. Liar. I'll never trust your promises again. Huh? When did I ever make a promise to you? And what was the lie? After hearing you say that, hell might not be so. Kill us, Frank Castell, Lambda Delta. Bat let out a shrill cry, overcome with laughter. It was a broken laugh, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Battler's words would no longer reach her ears. She kept on laughing insanely, like a broken record. Is it over? Pitiful. I am truly disappointed, Ushiromiya Battler. Kill me, Dlanor! Slice me in half with that red longsword of yours. Let's assume that there exists some method X that can lead someone to the second floor of the guest house without facing through the lounge. Erika claims that the windows and such were sealed, but she can't prove that she sealed all possible means of entry. There's a possibility that Erika wasn't able to seal entrance X because she couldn't find it. Nox 3rd. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. As a detective, Miss Erika sealed all entrances. Passages that the detective cannot find are hidden passages. Therefore, there are no entrances that Miss Erika cannot find. I present the possibility that Erika's lookout in the lounge wasn't perfect. During the 2 hours Erika spent there, she really observed everything without looking away for a second. It might be possible for someone to have passed through the lounge during a small gap without at least Erika seeing them. Please allow me to speak. Lady Erika's lookout in the lounge was perfect. There were no small gaps or carelessness or times when she looked away for even a second. Please, allow me to speak. Therefore, during their entire meeting in the lounge, only Rosa went up to the second floor. But was that really Aunt Rosa herself? There's a possibility that someone disguised themselves as Aunt Rosa. Or maybe she was actually holding a large suitcase with someone hiding inside it. Nox 10. It is forbidden for a character to disguise themselves as another without any clues. There have been no hints suggesting that someone had disguised himself as Rosa. Furthermore, Erika has confirmed that she wasn't carrying any luggage large enough to hide a human in. And Nazi was being threatened by someone. The uninvited unknown guest Sex is the true culprits. How can you be sure we're the only ones on this island? The true culprit is someone else. Absolutely, Flailing. Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. Maybe they were killed with poison in a remote murder? With a strange drug that can make a cut appear in someone's neck when they die. That type of murder has a delayed effect, so even with an alibi... Nox sits for it. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or hard to understand scientific devices to be used. There's a chance that there existed a murder device X in the cousin room and Genji-san's waiting room that made a remote murder possible. It had some secret mechanism that still hasn't been discovered and... Nox is 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Anyway, there exists a culprit other than Natsuki. If you want to deny that, try and repeat in red that none of the appearing characters were the culprits. Nox is 6. It is forbidden for accidents or intuition to be employed as a detective technique. You say that everyone except Nazi has an alibi? You're forgetting one person. Who's gonna prove that Erika herself has an alibi? Nox is 7th. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. Unless she's caught red-handed, you should never be able to deny the possibility that Natsuki is innocent. Can you even deny future possibilities, like if a piece of evidence X that Erika hasn't discovered proved Natsuki's innocence? Nox is 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. This tale is filled with malicious lies. The tale itself has become a trap to capture Natsuki. The tale should be constructed only from impartial truth. Nox is 9. it is permitted for observers to let their own conclusions and explanations be heard. I was the culprit, so maybe I gave George, Anki, and the others a slow-acting poison to make them die after midnight. Then silently slit their throats when I returned at 3 a.m. I could have done it so quietly that Erika wouldn't hear that. Noxite. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Everyone committed suicide, so there's no culprits. Please, allow me to speak. All victims' deaths were homicides. Erika didn't personally examine the corpses, right? It should be possible for people who aren't the detective to make a mistake when examining corpses. Please, allow me to speak. Know that no examination of the corpses could have been mistaken. Then maybe they were body double corpses. They prepared corpses beforehand that closely resembled the victims. Know that no corpse exists except those of characters who have appeared in the story. Then how can you claim that Uncle Kraus is dead without his corpse? Doesn't that violate Nox's something or whatever? Know that the red truth is simply true, and there is no need to provide evidence or proof. Damn it! In the face of these insane arguments, any attempts to overturn the truth whereon Nazi is treated as the culprit are completely meaningless. Each time I brandish my desperate blue truths, Glanor and the others' red truths knocked me down to the floor. It was getting hard to even stand back up again. Does that mean my body is telling me that I'm about to surrender? So the truth whereon Nazi is the culprit. The red truth is getting more and more perfect. Each time I think I can slip through a chink in their armor, Thunder smacks me down with the red longsword of Nox. Oh, that's enough, Battler. Now, the endless torture that torments me, no, us, will finally end. Let us fall together into the depths. I don't want to see battle like this. Her Majesty as ruler of the Golden Lands, her enthusiasm as my rival, are completely gone. She's just a pitiful woman who's been trampled over and lost all hope. With tears streaming down her face and a tragic smile that I can't bear to look at. Huh. Does your truth no longer exists? No. I have one last thing. And that is a different truth, where Natsuki isn't the culprit. That's not it. All I can do is prove that Natsuki isn't the culprit. So that's... I can't show what the real truth is at all. But even so, maybe at least you'll be saved that way. Why? I can show without a doubt that Natsuki isn't the culprits. However, I cannot show a different truth. If Erika's truth is dispersed,
the crime will return to darkness. And there might still be room for you to exist.
Yeah, if you can do it. But if you can't show any of the truth, that means you're incompetent and useless as a player. I'll have you banished from this game board for all eternity.
At this point, the game master is Lambda Delta. And she is there too. This is also a really good track, by the way. This probably doesn't mean losing a single game, but being banished from this game for all eternity for losing. From what the witches have said in the past, I can faintly imagine the place pieces are sent when they're banished. It's known as the depths of oblivion, an eternal darkness that lies on the far side of an eternal oblivion, and where there is no concept of life or death. I'm going to disappear, aren't I? However, Beata will remain. As long as Beata remains, no matter how suspicious Nazi is, there will always remain space for the witch to be the culprits. In other words, room for Nazi to not be the culprit. As long as that space exists, someone will eventually expose the truth. It doesn't have to be me. Anyway, eventually someone will smash this fake truth to pieces. I understood that the time had come to abandon myself for the sake of this other person who would eventually appear. For the sake of the real truth. Well, it looks like I'll have to break my promise to kill you after all. Don't leave me as the only one alive. I'll disappear with you. Let that be your final tribute to me. I beg you. If you just do this one thing, I don't need anything else. Have you used up everything you have? I really am disappointed in you, Ushiromiya Battler. Quickly, perform his requiem. That way... Oh, thank you for the follow. I was like, wait, why is this music playing here? That way, I have an open feeling which will expose Nazi-san's sin. These guys really are interesting. Beatrice, Ushiromiya Battler. But I've gotten tired of this. You are needed in our game. Do it, Planner. This is the end. If you still have one last bit of power, let me see you muster it now, in your last moments. It's small, but it's a sparkling red truth. The last trump card Virgilia gave me. Erika, this takes your theory back to square one. If you can, why not go ahead? Take this! Ushiromiya Nazi is not the culprit. The red truth is simply truth, with no evidence or proof needed. This will make planners stagger. Even if that's all it does, it's the first and last strike I can make. Noctis second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. Huh? My red truth was blown away by Glanner's red longsword. In this court, if anyone other than witches is going to speak the red truth, they'll have to construct an appropriate proof for it. Erika has been following this procedure, right? True. Erika hadn't used the red herself even once so far. She always had Brinkastil, a witch, repeat her statements. Your red truth is something you obtain for yourself. It's a supernatural truth given by a paranormal being. In other words,
It isn't reasoning. It's no better than a random thought.
In that case, if I have Virgilia say the same red truth, where is Virgilia?
If you are to present that red truth, you must construct an appropriate argument. Can you do that?
No, it's impossible. I just have to red truth that Natsuki isn't the culprits, without any basis or evidence. See, real truth is a very fragile thing. Does real truth exist? And is it necessary? Even without it, the tale will continue on. Battler. Come on, Battler. Prove the threat you have shown. If you cannot, this is goodbye. Then, goodbye. Sorry, Gato. Don't say that. Thanks for sticking around with me. It was such a blood-stained tale. But it was fun. The trial is now finished. Finish. Die to death. Sentenced to death. The ultimate equalizer is death. I didn't have enough time to read that. I just know it by memory. Because how can you not? With that, the trial of the fifth game ended. The detective, Furudo Erika, accused the culprits, Bushiromi and Natsuki. There are 3 riddles that the detective must explain. The first is who done it. Who is the culprits? As previously stated, it is Bushiromi and Natsuki. The second is the how done it. How did they carry out the crime? During the hour between midnight on October 4th, 1986 and 1 a.m. the next day, Bushiromi Yanatsuki went to the costume room on the second floor of the guest house and the servant waiting room on the first floor of the mansion. There, she carried out the murders. It is only possible for the crime to have taken place during that hour. And for that 1 hour, alibis have been proven for all characters except Natsuki. From the sky, a massive red longsword, even greater in size than the one Planner held, came crashing down like a thunderbolt, piercing through Battler's heart and pinning him in place while he still stood. In that instant, Beatrice became a golden splash and faded away, and her former minions disappeared as well. As the heartless witches looked down at the cathedral's center, laughing coldly. All that remained was Battler, with the red longsword sticking through him, and Blanor. Rest in peace, Bushiromiya Battler. What a shame. I thought you were a more capable person than this. Battler blew bubbles of blood, closed his eyes slowly, and died. Blanor stared on in silence, then turned on her heels when she saw his life leaping. After that, all that remained was the corpse of this sorrowful man, pierced by the sword that acted as a massive red grave marker, and lit by the faint glow let in from the cathedral's skylights. And then, there is a third riddle the detective must uncover. The final riddle. The why done it. Why did they commit the crime? The motive. In third-rate mysteries, there's no need to uncover this. After all, even if you don't expose the motive, the culprit will just confess it when all's said and done. However, Frodoerica was first-rate, so she would expose even this. Oh, hell yeah, it's the scholar again. A treat for me. Natsuki was being confined in the parlor, under everyone's watchful gazes. Then Erika made use of everyone to diligently and persistently search all places, even Natsuki's room, for clues about her motive.
Well, now we have all gathered. Just what is it that drove Ushinomiya Natsuki-san to commit these terrible murders? Through my investigation, I, the detective Furuerika, have discovered the general outline that explains this. I would like to announce it now.
Everyone remained silent, urging her to continue. Erika tossed some of Natsuki's possessions that had been confiscated onto the table.
First, these are all past diaries that were discovered in Natsuki-san's room. They have barely been used at all in recent years, but they describe in detail the period shortly after she became a part of the Ushinomiya family. Most of them were locked, but in order to find the full truth behind this crime, I used my authority, which everyone has acknowledged, to destroy the locks on all of them.
How barbaric. Reading another person's diary.
If we're barbaric, what does that make you, murderer? A criminal like you has no right for privacy. And this is what I found from these diaries. Natsuki-san ended up married to Kura-san due to special circumstances. I imagine that all of you here know much more about this than I do. Natsuki-san and Kura-san were not married because of love or as a normal arranged marriage. If anything, it was more like taking a hostage. That is not true! This is written on the 24th page of this red diary. I am a hostage being imprisoned by the Ushinomiya family under the guise of marriage. However, everything can be resolved this way. Natsuki-san, right here, you've already acknowledged that you were a hostage. Umasawa-san, you observed Natsuki-san since the time she first came here, right? Will you tell me about what it was like at the time?
Yes, that's correct. I did catch wind of something similar to what you described. I think that by now, only Dr. Nanjo and I know of the details regarding Madame's marriage. Very true. That was during Kinso-san's golden era, and he did whatever he pleased.
Unlike now, where he's still doing whatever he pleases, except he's dead, but
he defeated all of his enemies and expanded his financial power. Natsuki-san's family was one of those enemies.
I feel the time to talk had finally come at hands. Umasawa and Nanjo openly delved into territory that should never have been touched upon again. This was concerning the period during which Kinso was most feared for his ferocity. It has been said that, though Kinso had many assets and connections, he held a grudge after being looked down upon by members of the elites as being an upstart. Because of this, apparently, Kinso wanted to find Kurao, a wife from a noble family, and use this to raise Ushinomiya family status. Then, he overcame Natsuki's family in a financial struggle, and proposed that a marriage be performed as a method of reconciliation. And the person he picked was Natsuki. Natsuki had been raised to be clean and pure in a family of Shinto priests, making her a true noble lady. By choosing her, not only did Kinso cause them to the worst possible humiliation, he also won what he considered to be a nice trophy. Though, that Mary's proposal was humiliating to Natsuki from the very beginning.
Regarding the aforementioned fact, both Kumasawa's and Dr. Nanda's claims just now match with the contents of the diaries. Therefore, since the time Natsuki-san first took the name of Hiromiya Natsuki, he has held a strong resentment against the Yoshinomiya family. What do you have to say, Natsuki-san? Do you acknowledge this?
All the cold gazes turned to face Natsuki.
Yes, it's true that I thought that at first. I thought I was being forced into a marriage without love.
Fuck. Without love!
Hostage under a guise of a bride. However, my husband never viewed me as a mere hostage. He understood what I had gone through and gave me compassion and affection. My husband was the only person who could understand me.
I see. That makes sense. And there are many scenes in your diary showing that Krasan knew of your difficulties and showed kindness. However, on page 47 of this diary, you describe these moments as being unpleasant, correct? Let me read aloud. When Kraus tries to show kindness, yelling makes me feel more wretched. Sometimes, I think he might even be trying to humiliate me further. Therefore, I can tell that Natsuki-san repaid her husband's kindness with contempt. Wait! Yes, I may have thought that at the beginning, but when I was still overwhelmed with unease, I couldn't accept his kindness and wrote of my distrust from time to time. But I eventually realized he was sincere and good to accept his feelings. Well, nothing like that appears in any of these diaries.
I never even wrote it down. Those feelings were so secret.
Judging by many diverse bits of evidence and testimony, it's clear that you despise your husband. There exists no evidence that you eventually accepted his feelings, as you claim.
I love my husband!
You can't find any testimony or evidence that can be used to elevate that statement to the realm of red truth, right? Does anyone need evidence to say they're in love? You can't trust anything besides the red truth. Statements that are in red don't count as evidence at all. They can't be trusted in. All non-red letters are falsehoods that exist to deceive me. I love you. Who would believe that when spoken with the white text? No non-red words can ever be trusted. All I can trust in this world are the red truth and the piece of evidence I offer to my master to gain it. You lying human who can't speak the truth. Humans lacking the red truth have no right to speak of love or the heart of truth. Did you know? Men aren't as stupid as you women think they are. Men never really take it seriously when a woman says, "I love you."
What a pitiful person. I see that you never truly loved someone.
Romance is unnecessary for a detective. I don't think I've even used the word romance except to explain a motive for murder.
No matter what you say, we loved each other. I should be apologizing to my husband for always writing down my complaints and nothing else.
No, I'm gonna wait to mention something about what she just said. Erika. Let's give it a few more episodes and then I'll discuss it. But I have devoted my heart to him. Even if I can't prove it, that is the truth.
Rejected. You just don't know when to give up, do you? By now, due to evidence and testimony, it's clear you hated both your husband and the Yoshinomiya family.
That's right. I can't even count the number of times I've heard you complain. Oh, and you've never talked behind Hideyoshi-san's back? Damn it, you killed my husband. How dare you say that? I apologize to my husband.
Please, It's your violence, Eva-san. This is now the precious moment where I question and convict the culprits. It's not yours, okay? Well then, over the next several years, he appeared to have gotten used to her new way of life. But in actuality, an intense hatred still lurked in her heart. Taking that into consideration, there would be nothing odd at all about her deciding to take revenge. Don't act like you know what I'm thinking! This time Erika read Natsu's diaries, one after another. She exposed more of Natsu's emotions during those painful days. Natsu hadn't written them to leave those words behind. She had written to forget those memories and seal them away. That's why she had written down her feelings during those painful days. Locked them up and sealed them away for all eternity. However, Erika claimed that these were Natsu's true, hidden feelings that had been locked away and concealed. Since it had already been concluded that Natsu was a murderer, everyone accepted Erika's claim. By this point, Red 2 wasn't even necessary to establish Natsu's motive. As long as the reason seemed plausible, everyone would believe it. No matter how much Natsu might object, no one would believe her. No one could accept the truth Natsu spoke of about the days she had spent loving her husband. That had been painted over by a false truth, in which she hated her husband and swore revenge against him. The pen of the gods that composes the truth had been given to Erika.
And so what? Who gives a damn about your past? Murderer! Murderer! Stop that! I can't understand how Natsu-san felt. I always thought this day would come. Eventually. Poor thing. Poor thing. I think she's just one of the pitiable victims of Father's wildlife. It's kind of pissing me off that Rule saying it with such a solemn expression. I know the pain in Madam's heart. I always tried to support her, but I failed. And look what has happened.
I don't even understand the emotions of love and hate. You will, someday. It can become a reason to live.
Is that so?
And also a reason to kill. Is that so?
Idiot. I wouldn't expect you to say those kinds of things. Natsuhi, really the culprits? Yeah. Fucking Rudolph. Rudolph, like, with the biggest fucking skeleton in the closet in this room, just shaking his head.
Well, now that you mention it, there's just one person besides Natsu-san that might be the culprit.
What? Hey, are you serious? Why didn't you say something that important sooner?
Natsu-san, the truth is, there is one person besides you for whom the crime was possible. If you truly claim that you aren't the culprits, it means that person must be the culprit.
Huh? Who is it? Who?
Ushiromiya. Ginso-san. Early this morning, Ginso-san went outside through the window of the third floor study, and his location is unknown. Isn't that right, Tadori-san? Just like Natsuhi-san, Ginso-san has no alibi whatsoever. The truth is, for this crime, It was possible for Kinso-san to be the culprit as well. I just assumed that he never existed in the first place. So I totally forgot about him until just now. Allow me to apologize.
And now it all makes sense. That's why Lambda and Burn did not let her use the red truth there. That's right, Powerman. She should be with the thousands of beloved fans of her that have been reading this. Literally the girl reading this. She didn't look shy or apologetic in the slightest. Erika bowed in as unpleasant a manner as ever. She had held a grudge ever since her defeat in the study battle. Truly the people's wife, yeah.
Natsui-san, you gained Kinso-san's trust and are the person who served the closest to him, right? So, shouldn't you know better than anyone else? This incident is actually the crime of the family head, carried out by the Yoshimiya Kinso-san.
You dare call father a criminal?
Don't worry. I prepared more than enough evidence and testimony to explain the white on it, if Kinso-san was actually the culprit. If you say, for example, that you have put yourself on the line to cover for Kinso's crime, I am more than capable of supporting you. Ever since that late period of the author, Ellery Queen, even the theory created by the detective can sometimes change the plot itself. You really can't afford to be careless in this day and age.
Won't let you treat father like the culprit.
Natsui-san, calm down. Place your hand on your chest and think carefully. If you accuse Kinso-san of being the culprit, this entire case will be resolved. You will no longer be held accountable for another person's actions, and your honor will be restored.
Yeah. In other words, by pushing the crime onto Kinso, Natsui would be saved. However,
I have been entrusted with the honor of the Yoshimiya family by father. Do you really think that I would defile father's honor for the Yoshimiya family honor, just to clear away the false accusations made against me?
of course, Natsui knew that she wasn't the culprit. And she also knew that Kinso wasn't. So she framed herself, and pushing the blame onto Kinso were both unacceptable, unbearable outcomes.
Are you sure? As I have already established quite thoroughly, alibis have been proven for everyone except you. If you will not accuse Kinso-san, then this time, it really will be clear that you are the culprits. And that will become the truth, right?
If you intend to label me as the culprit and call that your own personal truth, then do whatever you like. I'm sure that God knows of my innocence. Eventually, he will prove it.
This is reminding me of Frankenstein. I was gonna discuss it, but I guess it's a spoiler, so I can't discuss it. If it came to a choice between her and Kinso being framed, Natsui would sacrifice herself. Perhaps that was her way of protecting the Yoshimiya family's honor. And let's see.
I even gave you a chance.
Stupid woman. This future where your name will eventually be cleared doesn't exist for any of you. Not for any of the pieces on this board. Natsuki had made her decision. If they were going to call her the culprit, she would let them. She boldly rejected the thought of selling Kinso's honor to gain a momentary truth where she wasn't the culprit. And, therefore, Tail was woven with her as the culprit. In the future, if the accusations against her are proven false, this tale will probably be rewritten. However, that future will never come. I think truth is a fleeting thing. Even if I am a good person until my death. If some heartless person after my death overwrites the records and says I wasn't a good person, and if that is shared with everyone else, then even all the goodness in which I lived my life could be overwritten easily. And so, I think that I won't live as a good person for all eternity.
If you claim that Kinso-san was not the culprit, you will need an alibi proving that the crime was impossible for him. Otherwise, we cannot truly be certain that you are the culprit, Natsuki-san.
Here it is, the final nail on the coffin. Erika had probably known for a long time. Kinso is nothing more than an illusion to make the inheritance probably more uncertain. However, it would be very hard to prove that he was an illusion. The only way to do this would be to confirm Kinso's death. But as had been made known by the Red Truth in previous game, Kinso died a long time ago. And this 5th game, his corpse hasn't even appeared. In a situation like this, it wouldn't be easy to absolutely prove his death. If Kinso's death was confirmed, it would practically erase that defeat in the study. It was the only way Erika had of removing the humiliation of that loss. And there was something that could confirm Kinso's death almost certainly as a sealed proof. And that was the confession of the culprits. It would mean having Natsuki herself acknowledge that Kinso no longer existed in this world. That way, it would be acknowledged that Erika's reasoning in the study was correct. That loss would be painted over, and it would be rewritten as Erika's victory. And you can tell this is being done just as a form of torture for Natsuki. Because they could have just had... First of all, they could have just acknowledged the Red Truth, and that would have been it. This would not even come into question. Second of all, they could have just asked Nanjo or Shannon or Canon, and they would have been able to tell her, yep, that guy's dead. Because, I mean, what do they have to protect at this point? The person who asked them to keep the secret is the culprit, allegedly. And they believe she's the culprit. But no, they want Natsuki to say it. She has to say it. Badler hung suspended by Lander's red longsword. Badler had disappeared by having her existence denied. And her minions had gone too. In this cathedral that they had disappeared from, only Natsuki and the witches convicting her remains. So, you still claim that Kinso is alive and remains somewhere in the silence?
That's correct. Father is in good health. No matter what anyone says, I will not change my statements.
The Red Truth from the previous game says that Kinso is already dead. But that's not enough to satisfy you, right, Fern?
Yeah, that's right. I'm after a perfect victory.
So there's nothing more interesting about getting a checkmate just because Kinso's death has been confirmed right away. I want to win by forcing Natsuki to say she's resigned.
Then, why don't you try it? Show us what you got. My master, let us now achieve a perfect victory. Of course. Natsuki, you say Kinso is certainly alive. But you know where he is, correct?
Yes, that's right. Father left through the window and his location is unknown. He's so troublesome sometimes.
Lambda, I'm gonna make Kinso's location from midnight until morning absolutely clear. From midnight until morning, Kinso stayed in the same room.
What?
Well, that's true. He was a corpse after all. No, I'm sorry. That's right. Totally right. I won't butt in. Sounds interesting, so keep going. Now on, I'll use the word Kinso to refer to a living Kinso. After all, Natsuki claims that he's alive. I'll say more with the red truth. Kinso does not exist anywhere outside Dimension. Isn't that right, Rika? Yes, my master. I searched for Kinso all over the premises outside Dimension. However, I was unable to find him. Because of the detective's authority, Erika could find all clues. Therefore, if Erika was unable to find a hint that Kinso existed outside Dimension, it was the same as proving that Kinso didn't exist outside Dimension. Therefore, Bern-Castell repeated that truth of Erika's. Kinso does not exist outside Dimension. Hey, Natsuki. If Kinso does exist, then this means he must be somewhere inside Dimension. Do you have any idea where Kinso might be hiding?
How could I know? After all, think of the weather. There would be nothing strange about him leaving the courtyard to hide somewhere in the mansion. Try the rain moth.
From this point forward, I will repeat the same thing several times. I'll give you many chances for an honorable surrender. If you're too stubborn, you'll lose even your true one.
No matter how you've threatened me, I will never give in.
Just love teasing pieces like you. Then, let us continue. For the aforementioned reasons, it is unthinkable that Kinso-san could have been somewhere outside the mansion. So, first off, I performed an extensive search of the third floor for the studies.
However, there was nowhere he could have been hiding. We couldn't find any trace of that on the third floor.
So then, where is he, Natsuki-san?
I don't know. If he isn't on the third floor, perhaps he's hiding in the basement.
Ah, yes. The basement. The beta room, that underground storage room. Every part of your suspicious basement was also included in my search.
Yes, I searched too. I didn't find Father anywhere.
I'll say it again. Where is Kinso-san, Natsuki-san?
In that case, he was probably on the first floor of the second floor.
I see. Process of elimination does tell us that, doesn't it? We then thoroughly searched the first floor. And the result? Nothing. We were unable to find Father. I'll say it again. Where was Kinso-san, Natsuki-san?
Then he was probably hiding on the second floor. How should I know where Father was hiding?
Are you sure about that? Do you really not know where Kinso-san was hiding?
Madam knows where Kinso was hiding?
It's insane. That can't be true.
Both Shannon and Canon knew that Kinso was already dead.
So they didn't have a clue how Erika would use the phantom of a person who didn't exist to corner Natsuki. Kinso is nowhere outside the mansion. Kinso isn't on the third floor. Ginso isn't in the basement. Ginso isn't in the first floor. Therefore, the only place Ginso could possibly exist is on the second floor. I accept that red truth. Natsuki. Ginso should be somewhere on the second floor. Will you still not tell us where he's hiding?
No matter how many times you ask, it won't change the fact that I don't know.
Hey. Start from the beginning and going. Investigate the entire second floor. You the detectives have hurried to avoid missing a single clue and to see through all types of hidden doors and hidden clues. Yes, my master. That Nazi sounds pretty dumb, isn't she? She still can't see where we're going with this. No need to talk more than is necessary. Come on in. Take everyone with you and begin the investigation. Erika used her detective's authority to take everyone, even Natsuki, and go up to the second floor to search every room, starting at one end. Even for rooms that were thought to have nothing at all to do with the crime, Erika did not relax her search in the slightest. Her search was thorough in every single room as they moved through them at all. So, you still won't tell us where Ginso-san is hiding?
Stop saying that. How many times do I have to say that I don't know?
Natsuki-san, even if we do keep searching, we'll never be able to find Ginso-san at this rate, right?
Hmm?
Of course, Ginso doesn't exist. No matter how long the search continues, it's just a waste of... Oh, right. I almost forgot. Bern Castell did clarify that when she was referring to Ginso, she was referring as the living Ginso. So the red text that he's not in the basement doesn't actually apply for the corpse. His corpse is probably in the basement. As per usual. In the boiler specifically, no matter how long the search continues, it's just a waste of time. This was known by Erika, the witch's piece, and Natsuki, the one who knew the truth. In that case, this search will end in the room at the far end of the corridor. He loved that fucking boiler. In other words, it will have been proven that Ginso was in any of the rooms except that one. What do you think about that? He isn't on the third floor or the first floor or the basement. And he isn't in any of the rooms on the second floor except the one at the end. So if he really did exist inside the mansion, it had been proven that he could only exist in that room at the end. In other words, this was Temple's Raven. Because it had been established that a living Ginso couldn't exist anywhere except the final room at the end of the corridor. That automatically meant that a living Ginso existed in that final room. And that room at the end of the corridor was... True. No, probably not. Which room was at the end of the corridor again? Lambda Delta was munching on a refill of popcorn. That's Natsuki's room, Lady Lambda Delta. In other words, Ginso had no place to hide except inside Natsuki's room. Do I need to say it in red? Of course! Ginso does not exist anywhere outside of Natsuki's room. Well then, that means this room is the only place left. It means Ginso-san isn't anywhere outside this room.
Isn't this my room? Where exactly in my room do you claim Father is hiding?
In a rage, Natsuki unlocked the door to her room and pointed inside. Of course, Ginso was nowhere to be seen.
Do you see Father anywhere in here? Look!
I see. Looked like he isn't here. Did you realize we weren't coming and escape out the window?
If Kinso wasn't in this last room.
It meant that he didn't exist anywhere.
There was no living Kinso outside the mansion. There was no living Kinso inside the mansion. Therefore, no living Kinso existed. However, Erika didn't make that argument. She had pointed it out herself, without making a checkmate. It was because Bren Castell didn't want to win by cornering Natsuki with right through. She wanted to force Natsuki to accept a humiliating resignation.
I have not only been searching for Kinso-san himself all this time. I've been looking for signs that Kinso-san hid somewhere between midnight and the morning. And no such signs have existed. In other words, from midnight until morning, Kinso was always holed up in the same room. And that was Natsuki's room. It means the checkmate of Red Truth has finally cornered the beast known as Kinso's phantom inside Natsuki's room. Hey, Natsuki-san. This means you were with Kinso in this room until morning. Do you still claim that you didn't know where he was? I'll acknowledge it with direct truth. During the night between midnight and morning, a living Kinso could not have existed anywhere outside Natsuki's room. I permit you to use this truth to advance your argument about how he could only have existed in Natsuki's room. A plea bargain. Hey, Natsuki. Even someone as stupid as you must have realized the fix you're in now. It is your last chance. Make Kinso the culprits. Call the Yoshinoya family head a criminal and cross the head's honor to protect yourself. If you show that you have the guts to do that, I'll change the plan into one of the tragic heroine taking the blame to protect the family. Father is innocent! You cannot call Father a criminal! She refuses the deal. Okay, Bren. Do it. During the night, between midnight and morning, there exists no place for a living Kinso to exist, except inside your bed. What do you mean by that? After conducting a thorough search of this room and a detailed scientific examination, I discovered that Kinso did not exist anywhere in this room between midnight and morning. However, your bed is the only exception.
A shocked silence dominated the room. Natsuki completely forgot to close her open now.
Last night, around the time the gold was discovered, though probably at about 11 p.m., Kinso-san escaped from the window on the third floor and snuck into the bed in your room. And, as an even more unfortunate result from my investigation, it has already been proven that you were also sleeping in that bed. I'll repeat this. From midnight until morning, a living Kinso could only have existed inside Natsuki's bed. And last night, Natsuki also slept in the same bed. Wow! Look how close they were. So you two were so close to each other. You slept sharing the same pillow? The truth. Therefore, it is suspected Ushinomiya Natsuki and Ushinomiya Kinso had sexual relations with each other. Why else would a man and a woman share the same bed all night long? How rude! To think that I would do such a thing with the father I respected so much. I won't allow you to say such things. Natsuki, use the red truth to answer this blue truth. Of course, since you aren't a witch, there's no red that you can use. So I'll speak with direct truth in your point. At least, I will if you can show me some convincing proof.
How could such a proof even exist? How low are you willing to sink to mock me? Damn it!
Nasi tried to attack Erika, but Eva pinned her arms behind her back so she couldn't do anything. How unsightly. In order to take revenge against the Yoshinomiya family, you first schemed to take control of everything the family owns. For that reason, use your body as a weapon and ensnare Kinso-san.
I never did anything of the sort. I have never given my body to anyone except my husband.
I understand why you want to deny it. But testimony from several witnesses has already made it clear that you had repeated secret meetings with Kinso-san. After all, last night, you went to say goodnight to Kinso-san. With just the two of you alone in his study, right? And beyond that, I've collected multiple bits of testimony regarding clear traces of sexual intercourse.
Are you insane? Who was it? Who said something so ridiculous? Goda? Shannon? Was it Eva-san? Yes, you must be behind something this ludicrous. Who was it? Who? Ah!
I received testimony from those involved. Wow, this is pretty fatal. No room for doubt now. Hey, Natsuki. Looks like you don't even have a scrap of honey left now. But I'll give you one final chance before I build the worst of all possible fragments. Go ahead and say that Kinso wasn't there, okay? That's right. You sure are stubborn, Natsuki. The Yoshinomiya family has already been torn to ribbons, right? Are we really that desperate to confuse the inheritance problem by pretending Kinso exists?
This is my final challenge. In protecting the honor of the Yoshinomiya family, which father entrusted me with. My husband's business will definitely succeed. Till we can use that to repay our debts, I cannot hand over the inheritance of the Yoshinomiya family. I will protect father and my husband's honor. That is my mission.
Wanting to protect the honor of the dead is an admirable trait. He's not one of the dead. We're talking about the honor of a convenient pollution inside Natsuki. The real Kinso never once ordered nothing to protect that thing.
Ah!
As Natsuki screamed, she fell down to her hands and knees. She no longer had any way to reject the fake truth that Berntistil and Erika had read. By my name as the Game Master, Lambda Delta, I acknowledge Berntistil as the victor of this game. If anyone has any objections, state your name now. Of course, there were none.
Oh, the reference.
All of those who might have objected had been erased. No objections. Bern, this is your victory, and a wonderful victory it is. Now, you must weave up the fragment of the truth. Sure. I'll go weave up the truth. This is the truth of this sad, pathetic tale. Though I did want nothing to acknowledge your crime while half laughing, half crying. You're all that's standard in the genre, right?
Oh, that's the end of the chapter. Nice. Good chapter, guys. It only took 4 fucking hours. Well, no, it took like 3.5 hours. Hang on, I need to take another quick back from break and then I'll be back.
Here I am. After being forced into a marriage he hadn't wanted, Natsuki developed a grudge against the Yoshinomiya family and was filled with a desire for revenge. From the trial synopsis, page 3. Natsuki, also hoping to take revenge for the financial submission her parents' family had been forced into by the Yoshinomiyas, schemed to capture the Yoshinomiya family as well. From the trial synopsis, page 4. Knowing that the wealth of the Yoshinomiya family was, in practical terms, under Kinso's personal control, she initiated sexual relations to create favor with him and managed to ensnare him. From Trial Synopsis, page 7. From the Bernkastel docs, page 682. To curry favor with Kinso, Natsuki repeatedly imitated Batoriche, the witch of Kinso's delusions, and engaged in sexual acts. Kinso saw his long-lost mistress in Natsuki and was easily ensnared. Furthermore, by chance, she was sometimes witnessed in disguise by the servants, and this became part of the foundation for the legend of the Golden Witch. From the trial synopsis, page 8. From presented evidence number 17. From Bernkastel docs, page 802. However, late at night on October 4th, 1986, Yoshinomiya Badler discovered the hidden gold. The relatives were in an uproar and decided that Badler should succeed the headship, so Natsuki planned the crime. She murdered the children in the so-called cousin room and tried to frame Badler for the crime. Furthermore, Kenji was murdered for opposing the scheme. Later on, Hideyoshi was also murdered. From this point on, she displayed the strong intent to indiscriminately murder all those involved. From the trial synopsis, page 27. From Supplemental Materials B, page 61. From the Bernkastel docs, page 1103. The following outlines the details of the crime. Midnight, October 4th, 1986. Natsuki decided to commit the crime. She asked Genji to assist her, but was refused, so she murdered him. She then murdered her husband Kraus in his own room. From Trial Synopsis, page 40. From Supplemental Materials S, page 8. From the Bernkastel docs, page 1105. From GC Internal docs, General Affairs A09, number 9970. From GC Internal docs? I don't even know what GC stands for here. Afterwards, she went to the so-called cousin room on the second floor of the guest house. Waited for Rosa to join the rest and killed George, Jessica, Maria, and Rosa. She damaged the necks of those corpses. Afterwards, because there were people in the lounge on the first floor, she waited in an empty room on the second floor. She hid in this empty room until the people in the lounge dispersed and went to bed. From the Trial Synopsis, page 41. From Supplemental Materials S, page 10. From the Bernkastel docs, page 1131. From GC Internal docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. The people in the lounge dispersed just after 3 a.m. Natsuki left the empty room and escaped from the guest house. She returned to her personal room where she met up with Kinso, who had been hiding there. She stayed there until morning. Kinso left the room early next morning and concealed himself somewhere near the guest house. From the Trial Synopsis, page 41. From Supplemental Materials, page 29. Bernkastel docs, 1200. GC Internal docs, 9974. Okay. Afterwards, Kinso saw his chance and carried out the corpses of the 6 victims one by one, hiding them. Unfortunately, these hidden corpses have not been found. Nazi, who had fallen in her scheme to cast suspicion on Badler, changed her plan to include the murder of all present. Predicting that one of those present would eventually want to take a rest in the private room, Nazi concealed herself inside a closet in one of the guest rooms. At about 1 p.m., she murdered Hideyoshi after he entered the room. From the time the others became aware of the incident to the time that they had carried Hideyoshi's corpse out, Nazi once again concealed herself in the closet. Furthermore, as proof of this, a button from Nazi's clothes was found in the closet. So she was in the closet. Afterwards, she left the closet and tried to return to her room. Well, actually, never mind. Actually, it proves nothing that there was a button there. Because, I mean, this is her fucking house. You could have just gotten her button at any point, as long as you, like, got into her room. However, Fudo Erika found and questioned her first, then she confessed to the crime. Oh yeah, absolutely. She definitely confessed to the crime. We were all there. From the Lambda Delta DOS, page 7. Line 7. It's really funny seeing these big-ass numbers, and Lambda Delta Docs is like, line 7. Lambda Delta does not fucking write notes. She got tired of writing notes very early and just did like the very summarized Cliff Notes version of the whole thing. Not even page 7, line 7. GC official notice number 017244434. What's up with this? Due to the result of the illusion trial, number 147007982, midnight, October 5th, 1986, we announce that the following has been determined. That Ushinomiya Natsuki did admit to her crime. For 13 months following this announcement. Oh, GC is Great Court, right. Related docs may be perused at the General Court Legal Offices. Document Management Center, First Subsection. Great Court Deputy Chief, Head Inquisitor of Heresy, Dlanare Knox. This is her usual job. She's usually just going through papers. Then, let's all assume that I did it. Okay? That's what you want me to say, right? As though she had given up and decided that it'd be useless to try and talk her way out of this any longer. Nazi screamed that out. It was a sad incident. I wanted to believe that, despite the pitiable circumstances that led to her marriage into the Yoshinomiya family, Nazi just might have been able to grasp a sliver of happiness together with Uncle Krause and Jessica. However, by Aunt Nazi's own doing, Uncle Krause, and even her beloved daughter Jessica had been heartlessly killed. It was even harder to believe that grandfather had been an accomplice and hid the corpses. However, judging by the clear testimony given by several people who knew him, grandfather's mental state for these last few years had been far from what anyone would consider normal. Perhaps possessed by a mad devotion to the mistress he had lost long ago. Grandfather might truly have believed that Aunt Nazi was a reincarnation of Beatrice. Where is grandfather now? Like Erika had theorized, did he really believe that he could revive Beatrice by carrying out murders following the epitaph, succumbing to Nazi's cajolery? Right now, is he holding some kind of disturbing ceremony with the bodies he carried away? Are you
This fight now? This is what you wanted to make me say, right? And Nathy sobbed as she spoke. This is your revenge, isn't it? You, the man from 19 years ago. This man from 19 years ago that Nathy kept mentioning was supposedly someone who had caught her in some sort of trap. However, she had only mentioned that this man from 19 years ago existed. And she most certainly hadn't tried to explain what had happened 19 years ago. Okay. Sure. That man Sunderling is one among us here. I'm sure that right now, that man is ridiculing me through one of you. Then tell me, are you happy now? Has a bit of that pain and suffering you've endured for 19 years gone away? I finally understand. The reason you've cornered me so far is because you wanted to make me acknowledge that, right? Not the time. Other than us, there's absolutely no one here. Please stop this insanely desperate charade and quit pretending that someone who doesn't exist actually does. Eika laughed mockingly, but as Nathy looked at her. No, as she looked at some being behind us, she hung her head and shook. Then, she confessed to her sin. I committed murder. So, you finally acknowledged your crime directly? No. This is not about what happened today and yesterday. I will confess to a murder that occurred 19 years ago. The adults all whispered together, wondering what this was about. Because they had never heard about a murder case 19 years ago. 19 years ago, I committed a sin. I couldn't forgive it. But baby. Baby? Now, what are you talking about? That day, 19 years ago, Father entrusted me with a baby. Since I still couldn't bear a successor on my own, Father told me to adopt the child. And he made me hold a baby that he said had been brought here from an orphanage. Do you have any idea how humiliating that was to me as a woman? With a mix of conflicting emotions of anger, sadness, regret, and possibly defiance, Nathy confessed. Her humiliation as a woman when she was no longer expected to bear a child, and also the indescribably unpleasant feeling of being made to hold an unfamiliar baby. It caused her great sadness and rage, and before very many nights passed, it ate a hole into her heart. And then, I sold my soul to demons. It happened when I went on a walk through the rose gardens left behind, along with a servant holding the baby. I wanted to be alone. The female servant holding the baby faithfully followed me every day. I was unable to tell her to stop following me, therefore unable to escape from the child's cry. It marked the beginning of 19 long, headache-filled years. Then, we faced the cliff from across the fence. If I had taken that baby and thrown it down onto the rocky beach far below me, I couldn't do it all. I really did listen to that demon's temptation. Then, for the smallest of moments, I thought of how wonderful it would be if I really took to it, and lent an ear to that temptation. That time, the most tragic thing about Natsuki is that she just cannot see. She's so
fucked up by the world around her that she cannot even realize how fucked up she is. The servant holding the baby stepped on a large rock, twisted her ankle, and staggered. Truly, she leans against her. She's the embodiment of the PN emoji. She's PN emoji turned into a woman. She leaned against the rock fence, and at that time, I thought I heard the fence creak loud. I told her to look out and try to grab her shoulder. No. Shouldn't be so vague. I'll repent. Confess. That moment. Hear that. As I told her to look out. With both hands, I reached for that servant's shoulder, and with a thud, pushed her away hard. The rough fence snapped from the base, and the servants, along with the baby, held in their arms. Honestly, me too. Because, like we've seen, she's such a fucking self-flagellating figure that if anything bad happens around her, she convinces herself it's her fault. The rough fence snapped from the base, and the servant, along with the baby held in her arms, fell down towards the rocky beach below, even though I remember that moment vividly. For some reason I recall a very strange feeling. It almost felt as though instead of falling, the two of them were silently swallowed up into empty space. Like if the servant had died by getting struck by lightning, she would still be changing the story so that it was her fault. So I didn't even hear the sound of them crash into the rocky beach. No, I'm sure I heard it. But because I wanted to think that they disappeared, I must have erased that sound from my memory. And then, for an instant, I thought it was a dream. It was high enough that I couldn't see the two of them below me just by leaning over. So, I didn't know whether their fall, or the few seconds before that, had actually happened. I must have been wishing so strongly that the child would fall. But I just had a daydream. Trying to make myself believe this, I hurried back to the rose garden. Then, I decided to let the servant take care of the baby, choosing to take a rest alone in the garden. Then, Father asked what had happened to the baby. Yeah, basically. And an uproar began over the disappearance of the servant who had been in charge of it. Eventually, the broken fence was discovered, and two corpses were found at the bottom of the cliff. The child had apparently been here for a reason that couldn't become known, so its existence was hushed up. And the official story was that the servant had had an accident on her own. That's right. Still a way too innocent to one. For the first poor servant, her family was graciously compensated.
her age husbands, but they didn't know the truth, except this even though he grieved over the unfortunate incident. I also think it's very fitting for like the themes of this specific episode that they don't tell you what actually happened and make it very vague. Because it's like, do you believe she pushed him or not? Well, her. She pushed the servant, allegedly, not the baby. Then, just a few years ago, he died of old age. And I confessed the truth over his grave, apologizing. But until this day, I have never apologized to that baby. Yes, that's what you're after, isn't it? So right here, right now, I'll confess to my crime. I, Ushiromiya Natsuki, did 19 years ago push you off a cliff and tried to kill you. But you didn't die, did you? You're still alive. And you still call me mother. You came to this island and took your revenge on me, didn't you? For these 19 years, you knew that the one you should have called your mother pushed you off a cliff. There's value in seeing Natsuki as pushing to the edge. You had a typo there. You must have lived a very hate-filled life. And now, you've taken everything I've gained since pushing you off that cliff. 18 years of my life, and smashed it all to pieces. I no longer have my beloved husband and daughter. And I've lost even my honor. And I'm being called a murderer. No, I really am a murderer, aren't I? Yes, that's right. It all went according to your plans. I'm now regarded as a killer. How's that? Is this enough for your revenge? My husband and daughter have been killed. I've been made to look like a murderer. Like an adulteress, even. After seeing me live in disgrace like this, are you satisfied? Yes, I'll bet you're quite satisfied. Because my family, my honor, everything has been stolen from me. I'm glad Maria is not alive to see this, because she would be so pissed off. Because she'd be like, this is what I wanted my mom to say to me. And I never got her to do it. After all this, do you still think that you were framed? Seriously. Just don't know when to give up. Can you hear me? You, the cursed child from 19 years ago. Are you satisfied now? You've stolen everything from me now. What else could you want? Please, just forgive me. It's useless, isn't it? Huh? Battler-san, did you say something? It's all useless. Battler-kun? Yeah. It's useless, isn't it? It's all useless.
Caso Shimio Battler Florica Atlanta Lambda del Solo Beatrice. Yay! Live at the time of the game suspension. Live at the yep. Nothing weird going on here. Everything checks out. I can't stop doing it every time I see her name now. Fifth game, End of the Golden Witch. Now, if you want to play a silly, funny activity, why don't you try getting this final summary of what happened in this episode? Maybe not word for word because it's different. And try applying it to the first one. You know, just for fun. Nice, Genster. We have the same fucking brain, so that it's just that video. What do we all think? I think Erika's pretty amazing that she discovered all that in only one episode with all her awesome reasoning and detective skills. I am going... Oh, right, it's over here. I forgot. I am going to keep going. I am going to continue. I cannot be stopped. Well, I can be stopped, but I am going to continue. Right now. I wish to see Tea Party. I know everybody else is sick of this story now, but I want to see the Tea Party. Get ready for 3 hours of Tea Party. Erika was carrying the baby, and I pushed her off the cliff. I didn't know she was carrying a baby, so that's my excuse. I just wanted to kill Erika. I do not feel sorry about that one. I only feel sorry about the baby. Erika, planner.
Yes, my master.
You called?
I want you to stay in this fragment and explain everything in the remaining first through fourth games.
You died for the team. You died for the team, baby. You're a hero. Because she was holding you, she wasn't able to hold onto the ledge. So you actually helped.
That pitiful transient witch who supports the illusion of the witch no longer exists herself. Expose the naked truth, Thorin. Leave it to me, my master. There is no riddle that I, Furulerica, cannot solve. Of course. That's why you're my piece, my double.
Brink still wore a massive and horrible smile, which Erika shared. Beatrice's illusion of the witch would disappear, and the results of all the previous games would be painted over.
No!
The event had been crushed in every way possible, and only the naked truth remains. Such a weak truth was no better than fish on the chopping board for Erika.
Is it possible to explain all of the past 4 games with Nasi as the criminal? Or with certain irregularities based off that theme?
It is possible.
I won't let anyone say it's the crime of the witch Beatrice again. I'll start compiling it together at once, and then present the first-rate tale to you. You mustn't leave even a single fragment of that playing with the witch. The rumors among the servants, the way people talked about unexplained events as though the legend was the cause. The illusion of the witch that worked alongside the illusion of the insult. Deal with all of them completely. Of course. I'll get to it right away. We now have furniture in custody. We're hurrying to identify their vessels.
The 7 Sisters of Purgatory had already been taken into custody. Those noisy sisters who had served Bat to now face nothing but denial. What sort of illusion were they based upon that allowed them to manifest? Everything would be exposed and denied. Aiser and Jungfrau has already begun its investigation. According to the most recent results, there is a high probability that they were constructed during the 1960s in the vicinity of New York. An aid has already been sent to the location.
The 1960s? The Sisters of Purgatory are made in USA. Even though they bragged about being furniture connected with King Solomon and serving a 1,000-year-old witch, they're a total shame. Who was it? According to the report, there's this group of big-time swindlers who make money by selling fakes to rich fans of the occult.
Oh, but Giza wouldn't fall for that. He's too smart.
Because of this, the deceived millionaires try to resell the fakes as though they were real. There's a chance that they've been falsely clarified by enthusiasts in the field.
We are rushing to find confirmation and further details.
So, Ushinomiya Ginso was a sucker who'd pay big bucks for any fake occult object. And that's what the 7 Sisters of Purgatory really are. Hilarious. Total sham, just like Beth's illusion of the witch. Though they call themselves the 7 Deadly Sins, they're actually cheap fake souvenirs. Well, from the very beginning, I figured they were nothing more than paperweights sold at some shady souvenir shop. Paperweights. Have you confronted the 7 Sisters with this truth yet?
No. Not yet.
They still seriously believe that they were created by a great sorcerer over 1,000 years ago. I'd like to confront them with perfect evidence and the truth right away. And let them know that they're mere paperweights worth less than $30 US. And do you? You do. I wonder what their faces will look like. They lose all of them. And wait. All for me when that happens. Come to watch. Some of the best black tea and practice.
At the solution of the witch had already been penetrated. And it's been proven that everything was simply the result of human delusions. What kind of delusions created them? And what caused these in the first place? When the answers were proven perfectly and shoved in the face of those concerns.
the illusion would vanish and be completely annihilated. This is what they meant by execution. An execution is not a show. As a general rule, it is not made public.
This is an inspection by the Great Lady Brinkistel, member of the Senate, so she can observe that the Great Court is performing its duties satisfactorily. Do you, as a mere inquisitor of heresy, wish to deny her this right? Yeah, that's right. I'm as a servant as a representative of the Senate. Make sure you follow the proper procedures when you carry out your work. We are currently preparing to take Virgilia, Ronov, and Gap into custody as well. The Chichester Sisters Imperial Guards are conducting that investigation. Of course, we will then detain and execute those 3 connected to Batorich. Glamour, what is the true nature of the Chichester Sisters? We believe that there is a high likelihood that their vessels are weapons used in the crimes. For this purpose, Senior H. Gertrude has performed a special team. We are currently investigating all cases. I'm looking forward to the Chichester Sisters' execution too. One at a time? Or all of them at once? No one's stupid enough to put an entire can of tea leaves in the water. We got to enjoy it slowly. Exactly. Let's have their executions on consecutive days. For the furniture and the witches. One by one. I'll send you an execution show every day. Wonderful. Girl, there really are a lot. Looks like we'll be able to enjoy ourselves for a whole 2 weeks. Maybe we can get them to decide which ones to execute first. Make sure you think up something great for the execution concept. I like to enjoy executions both old and new, from east and west every day. The rules state that methods of execution is to follow Great Court regulations. Leave it to me, my master. I'll most certainly prepare your fascinating execution show. Oh. You'd better quarter at least one. Of course. I shall make a list of the best forms of execution from all countries, from Europe to Asia. Which were used by kingdoms east and west for crimes no less than treason against the king. I like to think of some execution methods myself. Wondering that will be a perfect way to relax on those sleepless nights. I'll write out my ideas and send you letters. Certainly, my master. Then, we'll have the Brinkistel style one as the grand finale. At the very, very end, when all the illusions are broken and Bato's magical compendium has been completely crushed. Don't read your DMs, I refrained. I shall present my master with the finest of executions that she desires. The execution of Beatorich. I also stopped to clear my throat, so it's fine. Thank you. Thanks to you. It seems I'll be able to forget the pain of my illness for a little while. We just peace, my double, and my adorable daughter. Your words are too good for me, my master. Erika, I'll give you honor and a reward. And that reward is the greatest symbol of Catholic, the portrait from the reception. Take that off. Smash it to make fire. Bake a cake with that. Then I'll like to put your portrait up. Thank you very much. It is a great honor. You will eradicate and erase that leech's name and all traces of it. Yay! Until that is finished, I will order that you be made master of the sealed up machine.
I wonder who did that.
In the name of the Witch of Miracles, drink Estelle. I proclaim that you will be given the rank of witch until that day. From now on, you will call yourself Eddie, the Witch of Truth. The Witch of Truth? Thank you very much, my master. I vow to work even harder so that this honor will not be wasted.
This truly is a happy ending. We solved the mystery. We finally discovered what the Golden Witch's deal was. And we even found the gold. It's all been resolved. Even though she was nothing more than a piece. She was being granted the honor of calling herself a witch like her master. If only for a brief stretch of time. Erika was so moved that her actions had been acknowledged in this greatest form that she trembled. Lanra, continue to aid Erika and support on her progress to me. As you wish. By the way, where's Lambda? She is over there. From the guest seating on the second floor, she points downwards. Yeah, we did it! On the delta could be seen beneath Battler, who hung there, dead and pierced by the red longsword. And this is the last episode, yes! Oshinomiya Battler. You were an interesting guy. And you might have become even more interesting. But too bad. What a wonderful way to die. Erika, you can hang Battler's corpse in the mansion reception hall. Next time I come to visit this fragment, welcome me in front of it. Certainly, my master. I'll make that foolish man an eternal monument to my master's victory. That sounds wonderful. Really tasteful. Maybe you can coat him with plaster and make a beautiful white statue. It'd be wonderful if you decorate him all cute. Yes, Lady Lambda Delta. I'll try to answer to your expectations. Congratulations on becoming a witch. Though it'll just be for a while. I'll welcome you as a friend. Erika was so overcome with emotion that tears came to her eyes. Because for a piece, no greater pleasure exists than having your work acknowledged by your master. In the end, I like to have Beata's stuff too. Yeah, I bet. Then I'll decorate the reception hall with her. Galaxy Express? The one that is in Nyan. You know, I read that back when I was a witch. I always thought it was strange that humans who obtain eternal life would become so cruel. At the time, I honestly couldn't relate to becoming a witch and living 1,000 years. I fully understand it. A writer could understand our cruelty really well, in the truest sense. Where'll you go next? I'll bet we say farewell with our backs turned, right? That
because I don't want to let you get bored. Thanks, Fern. But you can be sure I'll count to 100 and then start searching for you again. You really don't let a person get bored. That's why I like you, love you. Let's meet again somewhere. However, we may not be reunited for another 100 or 1,000 years, if ever. That's okay. You see, a fragment is tiny. It's tiny to a pair who love each other. The third man? No. Killing a paradise, of course. If you could escape the poison of just a single evening's worth of boredom, each time you smash one of those countless fragments that glitter like a starry night, even you would want to count the stars in the sky. Ooh, not bad. The Voyager Witch travels across the countless glittering futures of possibility and gobble them up, trying to escape their illness called boredom for as long as they can. The tiny fragment created by the human known as Batorice had now been gobbled up by the two witches and had lost its glitter. The two had earlier called themselves rivals in front of battle. Now stopped that charade and laughed together playfully. Erika, new ruler of this fragment, leap the truth and create the tale that leads up to this world's synopsis. The next was the sixth game, right? Yes, it's the sixth game. Decide the title for episode 6 yourself. After all, you're already the spinner of this tale, as well as the master. Thank you very much. Actually, I've already decided on one. Oh, already? Then let me hear it. What kind of title is it? Yes, episode 6. I'd really like to leave you hanging for a bit, but I'll tell you. Come on, stop being a smartass and tell us. Maybe witch like you shouldn't be teasing your seniors. Episode 6. Checkmate of the Golden Witch. I don't know, that doesn't really have as much punch to it as End of the Golden Witch, but sure. I think you shouldn't quit your day job as a detective. Okay, now the second one. Man, remember when tea parties were short? Like this one? Like the one we just did, which was actually pretty short. So what's next? What is the question marks tea party? Show me. Yeah, sure. That was a short... the first tea party... No, that's not true. The first tea party is long as fuck. Never mind. Maybe the second tea party of episode 2 wasn't that long. One of those isn't... It's either 2 or 3 has a pretty short one, I think. In the cathedral devoid of people, a figure could be seen still staring up at the heavens. Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, the fourth one is, like, monumentally long. But the first one is also pretty long. Oh, that's true. Then maybe this is the shortest one, you're right. Its chest pierced with a long red sword that pinned it in place to the ground. That figure was... Ironically, it looked like just like what he'd done to Beato with blue wedges in the fourth game.
Tyler had died quite some time ago. No. In this place, the concept of death means nothing except that one has stopped thinking. Therefore, in a sense, Tyler was not dead. After being defeated in a fight over the truth and surrendering, he no longer had the strength to think of a way to resist. That's what made him dead. Planner's massive longsword, oh boy, which had been left in place of a tombstone, fastened Balor to the spot even after his death. It was all being lit by a faint light seeping out of an incredibly high skylight. Quiet footsteps rang out across the still cathedral. It's her. That's Beato from the metal layer. The one that got defeated was the Peace. From the darkness behind the pillar, a woman slowly stepped forward. It was Beatrice. Just like they'd been the whole time in the Golden Lands, her eyes had no light in them, and were still muddied over with gray. This person was once unable to even drink black tea to her satisfaction by her own will. But though it was slow, and though there was no life in her eyes, she was surprisingly walking. Then, with slow, deliberate steps, she reached Badler, who was still dead, pierced through. Then, she slowly touched Badler. She tugged on his sleeve. However, Badler showed no reaction. When she realized that it wasn't sleep, but death, the witch, with the hopeless gaze, let her head hang even lower. Then, she quietly whispered, "You liar." Battle softly touched Badler. Then, she pressed her forehead against Badler's chest. There was no longer any heartbeats. It wasn't just because he had surrendered. It was because the witches had chased him from the game board. So from now on, Badler would never return. So from now on, the Golden Witch Beatrice would have no reason to exist. Thank you, liar. Goodbye, and sorry. Then the Golden Witch completed her task and scattered as a spray of gold. In the Golden Lands, the grey rain gently continued to fall. There was a faint aroma of good black tea. Beato stared blankly at its surface. There was Virgilia continuing her knitting, along with me and Lanor talking to each other. This is a recollection. A recollection from Badler's memory, which Lanor's sword must have given him as it pierced him. A recollection of that time Blanner had come to visit the tea party in the Golden Lands. It is the same with me. The next time we cross swords, I won't hold back. Bring it on. I'll be your opponent. Come at me with all you've got. I promise. With everything I've got. Blanner, huh? I thought she was an emotionless killer doll without a heart. But maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting over the game board. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea. Still, it really is terrifying, the way you fight. Nox's 10 Commandments or the Decalogue, was it? Huh? I heard a thing. It's still here, right? Yeah, okay. This is the same. Yeah, it's all the same. Tips. A weapon for emergency, the red key. A weapon for emergencies used by official inquisitors of heresy belonging to Western Frau. Blanner's primary weapon, unlike a normal weapon whose purpose is to cause physical damage. This special tool is known as a conceptual weapon, and it is used to deny the existence of concepts. Holy shit. Western Frau, one of the repentant foreign agencies supervised by the Great Court of Heaven. Its area of jurisdiction is the 7th District. It is made up of 7 Inquisitors of Heresy, with the first-class Archbishop Blanner at their head, and several assistant Inquisitors. This body is tasked with performing heresy interrogations, carrying out executions, and sometimes bestowing redemption. However, in almost all cases, the Great Court of Heaven considers sending them only after the completion of a heresy interrogation and a tentative guilty verdict, so they are, practically speaking, no different than an execution squad. This kind of in a way, a reference to the prosecution system in Japan, isn't it? Much like what they were doing in Phoenix Wright, except here they just skip and going ahead to execution. Their spectacular achievements are great in number, and they are extremely well known, even among the other agencies. Other famous enforcement agencies include SSBV of the 8th District. Okay. It is rumored that this group's leader, Wizard Hunting Right, also known as the 20 Wedges, is even more powerful than Blanor. Huh. Well, that's some funny lore they added here. The blue key. The primary weapon used by official inquisitors of Harry. Yeah, it's just lore. It's just funny lore that they give to this OC character. We're never gonna see the fucking 7th District. The primary weapon used by official inquisitors of heresy belonging to Western Frau. Like the red key, it is a conceptual weapon, but instead of denying the existence of context, it is used to create self-doubt and force others to deny themselves. For this reason, it is called the blue key of reflection, in contrast with the red key of judgment. Unlike the red key, it is possible to evade and defend against it. However, while the red key has severe restrictions regarding how it can be used, the blue key can be wielded with great ease and manipulated at will in all situations. I really wonder how they translated this to the fucking fighting game. The way that this is described really sounds like a fighting game mechanic. And here we go, this is the new thing. Nox the Decalogue. The 10 Commandments created by Blanner A. Nox's father and used in heresy trials. And I don't know, feel free to take a screenshot of this, because it is basically the actual 10 rules that you'll see of mystery in Nox's writing. But there's like a little bit of paraphrasing, and there's like a few editions. Number 5 is not included because it is a weird rule. It makes sense in the context of the actual thing, but just putting it here makes no sense. Did you see it, Buck? What the 5th rule was? It's not a spoiler, by the way. I can tell you right now what the fifth rule is, because it's never gonna show up. The fifth rule originally just said there will be no Chinamen in the story, and while this sounds racist in a way, it is racist in a less racist way, if that makes sense. What this refers to is that in a story, in a mystery story, you can't just put like the mysterious guy from China with his exotic poisons and trains animals that can kill anybody. Because that is like a cop out of a character. You can find the description of this if you look this up. It's a very strange rule. And you can see why they removed it from this one. The debate over the interpretation of these laws continues to this very day, and it has become the source of countless unfair controversies. Yeah, that is how it's written. Straight up. While fundamentalists call any infringement upon these commandments heresy, revisionists point out that many canonized geniuses have violated these rules. Yeah, the other day Bug mentioned one of these rules to me, and I was like, that is not how it's phrased in this story. So you can already see that there's a different interpretation here. I think it's this one, the detective one. But I don't remember how it went exactly. They added like something else to the detective rule. And here they just omit the other part. Those classic rules of the mystery genre, right? Yes. They are commandments conceived by my father. Hidden doors must not exist. Noxus third, right? That means there's no need for detectives to even look for hidden doors. That's pretty ridiculous. Bryn Castell said it herself. She said that because they were forbidden by Noxus third, even searching for hidden doors was a waste of time. Yeah, the part of the detective assistance is omitted. I like to counter that by saying it probably isn't so uncommon for a rich family's mansion to have a hidden door or two built into it. But apparently that sort of rule works perfectly well in the mystery genre. By the way, there exist many wonderful mysteries in which hidden doors appear. And where hidden doors are the theme. Of course, this is limited to novels which have the premise that hidden doors exist. And going, okay, so you need this to be established further? Right in the second case. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, getting complaints that it's not written in Orthodox mystery is like, well, why do you even respond to it? You just say, yeah, it isn't. End of story. What else do you want from me? And also, I think like Ace Attorney is like a very special case because it's not just about finding clues and solving the mystery. It's mostly about using your mystery and whatever knowledge you might glean from anything else, context, trying to see people's testimony of the situation and see where they're lying. And yeah, the drama as well. I mean, the tagline of like the main slogan of the whole Ace Attorney series is about finding contradictions more than anything else. Of course, it's limited to novels which have the premise that hidden doors exist. And that premise doesn't exist. Hidden doors must not exist. So, because that premise doesn't exist, there is no need to search for hidden doors. I think that's probably the essence of her ridiculous argument. It's like the detective trying to expose the truth, and the illusion trying to confuse it with a mixture of truth and lies. Like, I myself, when I see mysteries, I don't die, like, hard to to the whole Decalogue. The only, like, rules that I see, like, oh, this is, like, crucial for almost any mystery is number 8. Number 8 is super important. And no, I think that's it. The other ones you can just kind of wiggle around, but this one is really important. Because if you don't have this one, it's basically unsolvable. It's like the story is telling you, no, let me solve it for you. It's like the detective trying to expose the truth, and the illusion trying to confuse it with a mixture of truth and lies, are getting blended together, leading to a bizarre form of argument similar to a devil's proof. Yeah. Making a closed room murder seemed to be accomplished by a witch with magic is fantasy. Exposing that is what a human's crime done with tricks is anti-fantasy. Examining all possibilities to expose the nature of those tricks is mystery. But it is also mystery to claim that possibilities with no hint supporting them are unworthy of investigation. Wages are established in this story, so... But it's also a mystery to claim that possibilities with no hints of supporting them are unworthy of investigation. Let's say a hidden door is hidden in a way that there would be no clues. Would claiming that the hidden door therefore exists, even though a detective couldn't find it, be anti-mystery? That's enough of that. This argument is too far off a digression from the riddles I'm actually supposed to be solving. My fight is very simple. I'm only fighting to explain how it was possible for a human to carry out these crimes that were supposedly carried out by a witch. This whole discussion about mystery and anti doesn't serve any purpose. That's why I didn't have any particular interest regarding these rules known as the Nox Decalogue. Do you dislike Nox? Well, if you put it like that, if you look at me with those eyes and ask me that question, it's really hard to say that I dislike Nox, you know? Doesn't work for me. There's something strange about making it possible to deny the existence of all hidden doors without investigating. It's about as dubious as a devil's proof. Even though it's supposed to be the exact opposite of fantasy, it sometimes feels like it's the same kind of argument. Oh, she's sad now. They shouldn't have said that. Dad was the one who made them, after all. Do not worry. After all, there are some who say it is nothing more than a silly game. Did that fella feel like something very arrogant to you, right, Alarcon? To be honest, yeah. You know, I was starting to think this scene didn't happen until another episode, but that's because I completely forgot they just skip over it in the actual story and then they come back to it in a flashback. If an actual detective said he didn't need to look for hidden doors because they must not exist, everyone would start looking around on the floor to see if some of his screws had come loose. In that case, Battler, let us say that the third commandment didn't exist. In that case, what would happen to closed room mysteries? What if Nox's third hidden doors are forbidden didn't exist? In other words, hidden doors would always work just fine as a standard trick for closed rooms. This does not refer to hidden rooms with hints or foreshadowing. It refers only to rooms that even the detective cannot find because, of course, they are hidden. Fathercombe, you often fight by using a devil's proof, assuming the existence of an undiscoverable element. That's what this is about. That'd be horrible. The closed room mystery genre wouldn't be worth reading at all. If it were no longer worth anyone's time, it would cease to exist. No one would want to try solving the riddle from the beginning. Not if they knew the answer might just be an unforeseeable hidden door. Unless you have some guarantee that no hidden doors exist, you don't really feel like trying to reason it out. I see. He's getting it. He's understanding. So Nox's third is necessary. Without that, it wouldn't be worth reading closed room mysteries. And if you didn't feel like trying to reason it out, what would that lead to? It means you wouldn't even want to read it. That's it. Humans are weak creatures who can't even think unless they have proof that reasoning is possible. That reasoning is possible. In other words, they need encouragement to let them know they can solve it if they work hard enough. That might be true. It's the same with exercising. If you're told to run around the campus 10 times, you can't tough it out. However, if you don't know how many times you're supposed to run around it, you'd probably get tired out before you made it around 3 times. The same thing goes for thinking and reasoning. Humans view a problem differently depending on whether or not it's guaranteed to be solvable. Hey guys, remember when you asked me if something was solvable in the story at that point in time? What if I just said, I'm not answering? How would you feel if I just kept going, I'm not answering that question? If I didn't give you a yes or a no? In detective novels, there's always a scene where the detective announces that he's discovered who the culprit is. That's a sign saying the hints have all been given in the previous parts of the story. So, dear readers, please try to reason it out. I always thought it was just a classic line, but I guess it does also have that effect. To put it harshly, until the detective says that, readers won't feel like trying to solve it no matter how much they love solving mysteries. Weren't you like that yourself in the previous games? Now that I hear it, maybe that really was the case. Maybe my fight against Battle really began in the second game. At first I didn't seriously try to tackle the closed room riddles Battle threw at me. After all, I knew nothing except that people had died in a closed room. And the windows and doors were all locked from the inside. I mean, seriously, talking about having no hints to go on. So I refused to argue on the grounds that I couldn't fight. Because the lack of clues made reasoning impossible. After that, didn't Beto sneer at me? Asking whether I'd repeat that over and over forever in an endless repetition of moves? At the time, Beto said this. Of course not. I'll give you the thing people like you always demand. The reason you always stop thinking and then moan about it is lack of information. If you were then given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by denying the basis. Yeah. Isn't that convenient? What clever little words to hide your own incompetence. Then, she said she'd give me certain information that couldn't be denied. And create the rule called the Red Truth. Once we reached that point, the curtain finally rose on my battle with Battle. So, that's when I finally had a guarantee that I could solve this tale if I tried. And I stepped up to the stage with her for the first time. Beatrice. She is a strange person. Though riddles are the only holes witches can live within, she began to give you the Red Truth, a method by which those riddles could be solved. You could say the Red Truth is a hint Battle gives me, so that I can compete in this war of reasoning. I can be. Because I've been given hints. Like she's saying, try and solve it, for it can be solved. A enigma, a slight typo there, an enigma that's guaranteed to be solvable, can't be called a true enigma. Isn't this almost as though Bata herself is admitting that she isn't really a witch? My, that does seem logical. She truly is a strange child. Bata gave no answer. With grey eyes, she did nothing but blankly gaze at the steam rising from her black sea. My father created the Decalogue to act as a crutch for the power of thinking. It most certainly wasn't made as a way to arrogantly decide things. A crutch for the power of thinking. That's right. By Nox Fates, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. This does not only mean that one is forced to avoid making theories that are not supported by clues. If you turn it around, it means that the one proposing the riddles is forced to display clues that lead to the solution. So in other words, if you follow the Decalogue, all riddles must have hints, and therefore it's guaranteed that finding the solution is possible. I see. So this is what they mean by a crutch for the power of thinking. If you can believe that it's solvable, you start wanting to have a go at those riddles. If you're capable of believing that hints do exist, you get fired up about rereading the story to search for them. I'll admit that it might have the power to give courage to those trying to solve it. You seem to think the Nox Decalogue is a series of restrictions imposed by one who made the mystery. But it is also vital for the readers. By using the Decalogue as a crutch, we are given the courage needed to use reasoning, as well as the willpower to reread the tale several times in search of the clues we know must be hidden there. It's like
the lid of a jar of jam that's too tight and won't open. Like Mom always used to say, if you think you can't open it, then it really won't open no matter how hard you try. The same thing happens in sports. They say whether or not you have a strong image of yourself and believe you can win no matter what has a large impact on the record. In that case, the Nox Decalogue isn't really a set of arrogant and strict restrictions. You can also see it as a way to encourage readers who are trying to solve the mystery by telling them to give it their all since it's definitely solvable. It's an interesting way to interpret it. Still, I've heard that not all detective novels around the world follow that Decalogue all the time, right? When you bump into one of those, won't you feel tricked? Even the Decalogue is nothing more than a single interpretation. It cannot be applied to all mystery stories. Though, among fundamentalists of my father's work, it seems there are those who harshly criticize works that violate the Decalogue and call them heresy. There is no end of arguments like this in the mystery world. Was this or that famous detective novel really a fair mystery? In other words, one that followed Nox's Decalogue? The sort of argument is already an internal theme of the mystery world. In fact, in mystery discussions, arguments like these sometimes become even more heated than discussion of the actual tricks. I can understand why they want to criticize it. They try to solve it, believe it's solvable, and follow the Decalogue. But it's actually not made to be solvable like that at all. I can understand how that would get pretty annoying. That's right. When fighting with the Decalogue, there's just one thing you want guaranteed from the beginning. In other words, you want to guarantee that this detective novel will adhere to the Decalogue. If a work labels itself as an orthodox mystery, then you have nothing to worry about. However, the mystery genre contains many unorthodox subgenres within it. Does that mean trying to use reasoning in an orthodox detective novel is a complete waste of time? Looking at it that way, it really does feel arrogant. Yes. I also find it extremely sad that my father's Decalogue has been used as such an arrogant weapon. And then again, he used Robin's path to using the Decalogue as a weapon. Can I take that as proof that this game, World of Battles, follows the Nox Decalogue? When I asked that, there was a strange silence. Virgilia, Lanor, and of course, Beato all remained silent for a while. Almost as though my question had touched at the core of something. That is something I cannot answer myself. Why? This is a game that this child made. A game to decide which of the two of you will win. This child has called it a confrontation between mystery and fantasy. But unfortunately, she never said it was an orthodox mystery. That means you have no guarantee that it follows the Decalogue. But at the same time, Miss Bertorice has said that this game is a contest between you and her. In other words, there is a chance that you could win. In other words, you're trying to say that reasoning is possible. If you ask this child, she would probably say that reasoning is possible. However, just as she is the challenger, and you are the challenged, the two of you are different creatures. Something Beato might have proposed, thinking it is solvable, may or may not be solvable for you as well. For example, let's say we propose a simple riddle that any Japanese person would know. However, if the person we're telling this riddle to is a foreigner with a Japanese-English dictionary in their hands, it might be almost impossible to solve. Huh. In other words, it's possible to have a one-sided solvable problem. Which might be easy for the questioner, but extremely difficult for the person trying to solve it. How do you know? By the way, do you know of the foreign riddle? Behold the sweet fish river running from my home now. Why do dragons sleep all day? The answer is to battle the night. That's not a riddle. That's practically a joke. yeah. Nothing like that. +2. That's right. It's the riddle from the English film, so it might be a little tough for a Japanese person. For that reason, I cannot say for certain that this tale is something you will be able to solve. However, I can promise you one thing. I won't guarantee it with the red shirt. What? Beato wanted you to solve it, so she made this game, the riddles of this tale, solvable. That alone I will guarantee with the red shirt. It was the one guarantee that all those who try to use reasoning desire. When I was reading this, I was like, oh, okay, I'll try from now on. 5 episodes in. Completely just fucking sleeping through the past 5 episodes. And I'm not even joking, that's actually what happened. I don't know if my father's Decalogue will apply to the answer or lead you to it. However, when you run into a tight spot and want the compass for your reasoning, please try using my Decalogue if you remember. It might give you renewed courage, and might possibly even lead to some new discovery. Thank you. If I'm truly stuck, I'll think about your fighting style. I was the unthinker. Are you sure it's okay to help out an enemy like this? Say that no, mind. I came to this tea party without a gift. I hope you enjoy this in place of a snack. And if you come face to face to me again, there probably won't be time to speak of such things so casually. Nox's Decalogue and Brigilla's red shirt. Beato wanted me to solve it. She made the riddles of this game solvable. In other words, Beato wants me to be capable of solving it. Isn't that proof that reasoning is possible? Of course, that's from Beato's point of view. And it doesn't necessarily mean that reasoning is possible for me. I was like, oh man, I'm trying to solve it, but it's so hard. I mean, I was doing that, but like second read. This is a mystery? Yeah, that's basically how I was the first time through. I mean, for one, it takes like 9 hours before anybody dies in the story. Also, you said, oh, you solved the riddle of the epitaph. Congratulations. That was the important part of the story. Compared to before now. No! When I didn't even know whether reasoning was possible or not. That one line might give me a great deal of courage. Can you imagine if, like,
the you get to this part in episode 6 and they just write in red. They just tell you in red. Here we're guaranteeing everybody reading this. If you do solve the riddle, we will give you 10 tons of gold. For real, actually. Instead of telling you all this like about mystery novels and anything else, they just tell you that. Carnage. At least it has the power to silence any negative thoughts about it, this all being useless. Oh fuck, man, what am I gonna do about my catchphrase now? Is it not useless after all? Was I wrong all the time? Unless the other party assures you that reasoning is possible, you won't do it. It's almost like love between shy, young people. Love? Yes. Unless you have proof that the other person loves you first. You don't want to love them back. Right? Both boys and girls want to hear someone else say they love them first. That's their dream. If they're in love, they don't want to love the other person until they're sure this person loves them back. After all, there's nothing as painful as one-sided love. And the scars of the heart left behind last a long time. Because they are afraid of that pain. They want proof that the other person loves them first more than anything else. Who cares about love? No! I see. That is an interesting way to explain the relationship between the writer and reader in a detective novel. Yeah. Maybe you could liken detective novels to that. Both the writer and the reader first want the other party to say they'll solve it. Or that it can be solved. Until the writer is assured that the reader will certainly have a go at the riddle if they propose it. They don't want to write their story. The same goes for the readers. Until they are assured that they will certainly be able to solve the riddle if they try. They don't want to read the story. Because they don't want to write what they consider a masterpiece and be heard when no one reads it. Because they don't want to reason about what they consider a masterpiece and be heard when they realize it was all useless. By that argument, it really isn't a stretch to say that it's like love between shy elementary or middle school kids. Like I was a few years ago. Even though they really do want it, they don't have the courage to reveal their feelings. So they wait uncomfortably for the other person to confess. And by the time summer ends, nothing's happened. More than that, sometimes the girl even ends up going out with an entirely different guy. Yeah, it's funny how that happens sometimes. That's what my first love was like. Okay. Along with these one-sided feelings they can't express, they lament the passage of a summer that will never come again, and the days of their youth end. The writer who wouldn't write until he gained the support of readers goes for all eternity without releasing his maiden work. The reader who waited for the writer's rise to fame go as their whole life without knowing the joy of the mystery genre. Peddlercorn. When does the chicken or the egg type of shy love reach the level where can it progress into mutual love? Well, that's probably when things start to pile up. It starts as a relationship between friends. They communicate with each other more and more. And when the two both reach the level where they're sure that I like this person and they surely like me, well, then they probably just naturally become a pair of lovers. My impression up until now was that relationships starting with a sudden confession of love tend to break up more often. Whereas pairs who never actually confess to each other but realize that they're always been together usually stay together for a surprisingly long time. In other words, this happens once the two of them believe in each other and a relationship of trust is born. Is what you're saying? Maybe. It's a bit odd. I always thought the mystery genre was a battle between the writer and the reader. But maybe that's not quite right. No, that's what a lot of stupid people think. It's how we ended up with that final few episodes of Game of Thrones. Yes. It's something that cannot go on without a relationship built on mutual trust. A relationship with love. So you're saying our relationship isn't one of killing each other, but one with love? Though it doesn't look like anything more than a pair of elementary schoolers bullying each other to me. Virgilia joked at us in a middle-aged woman sort of way. Virgilia is not a middle-aged battler, she's much older than that. Still, I'm not expecting friendship or a trusting relationship. I can't accept her as a rival. Beato is fighting at full force, trying to make me acknowledge that she's a witch. So I'll respond to that and go all out, trying to deny that witches exist. How can you be so sure that Miss Beato is fighting at full force? Can't you tell that by looking? It isn't as though she has proclaimed in red that she is fighting you at full force. And yet, you still have no doubts? You are the one who said you wouldn't believe anything except the red truth. I'm a very complicated person, Lanor. I'm the person who said I needed to hurry back to... I need to solve this as fast as possible so I can go back to Anjay, and look at me now. Really, this is that stage Padre-kun mentioned earlier. Where communication increases and you learn not to doubt your relationship. Virgilia and Lanor giggled together. Sorry, we only have one fucking right of Lanor being happy. One guy. Multiple women. And the topic is love. Wait a sec. Isn't this the worst possible information for getting made fun of? When I tried to bring back a proper mood for a tea party in the rainy golden land by clumsily searching for a more noble subject, Virgilia saw right through me and laughed. Even amidst this, Beato kept looking downward with those grey eyes, staring into her black sea. Yeah, that's right. Virgilia and Lanor have given me so many hints. And yet, I barely thought about it at all. By now, it's all too late. Let me think. Now that everything is too late already and I've got an endless amount of time on my hands, let me think. One more time. Let me think about the red truth Virgilia gave me. And the crutch of the Decalogue that Lanor lent me. With the red truth, Virgilia guaranteed that at the very least, Beato left enough room in this tale for me to achieve victory. That red truth guarantee will once again give me the power to start my heart beating. And there's a crutch of the Decalogue, which Lanor lent me. Lanor herself warned me in the beginning that the Decalogue isn't so almighty that it can solve all riddles. However, she said something about how it could be used as a method to solve... No, to take on riddles. Let me try it. Though there's no guarantee that this tale is mystery or fantasy,
Let me believe that it'll definitely be able to solve it. That it is a solvable tale, a mystery. And let me take it on one last time. When I came to, I was suddenly in that strange tea room where I'd often argued furiously with Beata from across the table. Of course, Beata was nowhere to be found. It was just me, isolated and alone. That's okay. Even so, I won't stop thinking. Okay then. What were Nox's commandments again? I'm sure Lanner explained most of them when slamming me with them. Of course, even I recall them vaguely. What was the first one again? Allow me to speak. Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. When I muttered about what the first one was, as if answering my question, Landler's subordinate appeared. Without bothering with a necessary hello, she told me nothing more or less than what I wanted to know. Yeah, that's it. The first. The culprit has to be one of the people mentioned in the early part of the story. In other words, the culprit must have already appeared. As early as the first game? True. That's the most basic of basics in the mystery genre. A classic assumption. A classic assumption? Have I really been keeping to that assumption? No. 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 With each new game, the number of people in this tale keeps increasing. That violates the closed circle rule. By that point, everything gets screwed up. Did I give up on the inside, thinking that the true culprit or mastermind must not have shown up yet? And the reasoning was therefore useless? If I read this tale as a fantasy, new characters keep showing up. To the point where even having demon kings or gods or creators appear wouldn't be strange at all. Even if the true mastermind first appears in one of the last episodes, I'd have to accept it. However, if I read it as a mystery and stick with that conviction, then there's no need to worry at all about anyone who shows up later. Because Noxus First clearly states that it's impossible for the culprit to be anyone who appears later in the story. Of course, there's also what both Planner and Virgilia said. There is no guarantee that this tale follows the rules of the Decalogue. So of course, I can't deny the possibility that the culprit first appeared in the second. This is making me think of another difference between Orthodox Mystery and Ace Attorney. In Ace Attorney, it is almost never a mystery who did it. There's in the whole series, there's maybe a handful of mysteries where you don't immediately know who the culprit is. Because you see the guy and you go, oh, this guy did it. Partially because most cases do not have a big cast. There's only 3 possible guys. And one of them is the guy you're defending. So it's not a big deal to figure out who did it. So they focus much more on the how and the why. There's no guarantee that this tale follows the rules of the Decalogue, so of course, I can't deny the possibility that the culprit first appeared in the second game, or later. Yeah, it depends on the cases, but yeah, that also happens. However, this is one way of thinking. Yeah, it's the how catching for sure. Like Columbo or Furuhata, which if you watch Furuhata, you can very clearly tell that Ace Attorney was inspired by Furuhata, at least partially. You see a lot of
the DNA from Ace Attorney. The main character and his assistant is basically Edgeworth and Gumshoe. This time, yeah, it's an old Japanese series called Lieutenant Furuhata Ninsaburo. I like this. It's like I don't remember if it's 2 or 3 seasons, but it's not that long of a show. It's pretty good, honestly. This time, I'll forget about the Devil's Proof completely and try to borrow the power of the Decalogue in my thinking. After all, I've already said myself that I won't be able to reach the truth without a multi-angled outlook. In that case, that means the culprit in all of these repeating games is one of the 18. 17 because one of them is dead. From the very beginning, there was no need for an illusion of the 19th person. Even the first of Nox's commandments denies the existence of an unknown person known as the Witch from the very start. If I had followed that in the truest sense, I might not have suffered so miserably in the second game. And Nox's seconds? Allow me to speak. Nox's seconds. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. I think it's really interesting that here the Nox rules are not written in red. You know, to further make it nebulous as to whether or not the story actually follows the Decalogue. Like, it's up to you to decide if it does. If we want to use the rules at all. Thunder's other subordinate appeared without a sound. And gave me an answer to my question. That's right. A detective can't go around using magic. So, if this is a fair battle, does that mean that, like the detective, the culprit isn't allowed to use magic? Allow me to speak. Know that you are free to interpret it as you please. Yeah, that's right. Sure. I'll interpret it my way. If this game is a battle between me and Beato, then because this tale is solvable, no elements will appear that make it impossible to solve. In other words, things like magic mustn't appear. When they do appear, I shouldn't suspect that the mystery element is breaking down. But I should instead question why it was shown, and suspect the witnesses and observers. That's right, that was Bato's greatest weapon in the second game. Depictions of magic which couldn't exist in the mystery. By showing me that, she forced me to think that this tale wasn't a mystery, and therefore that reasoning was impossible. So I surrendered. However, if I had believed unshakably that it was a mystery, it would have been completely obvious to doubt the witness who claimed to have seen magic. Also, at the end of the first game, it was revealed that this tale was passed on to people in the future by that message bomb. Someone had written about this crime. Tale. In other words, this entire tale is a world that includes the personal opinions of an observer. Namely, the person who wrote the message in the bottle. In other words, the observer isn't God. It's the human. Therefore, there's no guarantee that this description is truly impartial. Remember, like, the first Tea Party when the narration is just straight up insulting Battler? By the end of the first game, it was already clear that we'd broken the constant premise of the mystery genre. That the story itself must be seen through the eyes of God. For that reason, it's possible to doubt even the observer, as well as the witnesses. If I could have doubted this much, then no matter how many seemingly unsolvable displays of magic appeared, I wouldn't have had to blindly accept them and give up. However, that begs the question. Is it even possible to solve a tale written by an observer who wasn't impartial? If I get obsessed with this, all my reasoning will end here. However, I had to believe that Beto was trying to fight me through this tale. Because it's a fight, that means I've been given a chance of winning. By giving me that, doesn't that mean that reasoning is possible? This part is tough. Unless I believe that the cruel witch took on the risk of losing to try and have a fair fight with me, I can't get past this part. Just like Virgilia said, it's just like love. If I can't believe that Beto is fighting me head on with everything she's got, I won't be able to reason any further than this. Sure, I'll acknowledge it. Unless we acknowledge that we, scare quotes, love each other, we won't be able to get any further. When Virgilia ran out of patience with the two of us, shy and incapable as we were of acknowledging that out loud, she gave me that red truth instead. That was the red truth saying Beto wanted me to solve it. So she made the riddles of this game solvable. The hell? It's like Sato-san in Class A says he likes you. The wing girl, Virgilia. Like hearing a love confession via friends. Really am pitiful. Reasoning is love. We don't love each other. The reasoning won't start. In that case, how can we say that we love each other? If you think you can solve it, just you try. You're incompetent. Like hell you can solve it. Yeah, according to George Aniki, people like that are called Sundora. That brutal witch is finally starting to look a bit cute. If I meet her again, I want to try saying, "You're such a Sundora." If I meet her again, somewhere. Tell me the other parts of the Decalogue. I don't care about the order. Give me something that seems useful. Allow me to speak. Noxa states, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. This is like, I'm telling you. The story is just like hammering over the face with this one. Please do not forget Noxa say it ever. Expanse of Tundra. Allow me to speak. Noxa said, it is forbidden for accident or intuition to be employed as a detective technique. It must not be solved with clues that aren't presented. And it must not be solved by relying on accident or coincidence. If this tale is made to be solvable, we can read this the opposite way. In other words, clues must be prepared so that the case can be solved. And it has to be made in a way that it can be solved without relying on coincidence. The 6th or the 8th? If I can believe that Beato is challenging me to a fair game where reasoning... Oh, is it because she was finding the clues at the very end of the story? And doesn't tell him to you until the very end of the story? Oh, the 6th one. Well... Yeah. Then I can be sure of that. In other words, Beato has already left me clues, hints, and messages in this tale.
It isn't from the deco, but Erika or someone said this. There are 3 riddles to be exposed in the mystery. One is the whodunits. Who is the culprits? One is the howdunnits. How did they commit the crime? One is the whydunnits. Why did they commit the crime? All of this means that clues related to these 3 riddles already present at the tale. No, strictly speaking, it's like this. Because you wanted me to solve these 3 riddles Battle scattered hints about. Though whether I'm capable of catching those or not is another matter. Even if you think a riddle you propose is easy, it might be difficult for the person trying to solve it. In that case, it's only natural that there will be a difference in how difficult each person finds it. Therefore, as Bata goes through each successive game, she watches me closely, and tweaks the game as needed to get a good arrangement. She's patching the freaking game. When Bata realized that I'd completely surrendered in the second game because it was too hard, she's secretly worried. If I surrendered and lost the will to fight, the game would no longer remain on an even footing. Therefore, in order to make me regain my will to fight, from the 3rd game onward, she set things up in a way that made it easier for me. Give me tips on how to fight and a few hints. Virgilia and Ronaldo obviously appeared so that they could help me. Also, though we still had the usual crazy magic shows, she gave me the metaphor of the brown tube trial, as well as tips on how to fight back. I finally understood how to fight, and most likely, at the end of the 4th game, Beato managed to have the all-out showdown with me that she had probably wanted. She was still holding back, but you were definitely on much more even ground. Like, she was at least fighting with both hands instead of fighting with hand tied behind her back in that one. Then Beato acknowledged that my abilities had become full-fledged, and trusted me with her heart. And trusted me with explaining this tale, didn't she? In that case, it was really dumb of me to boycott most of the 5th game. Just because I was so disgusted with those 2 witches. It doesn't matter who the game master is. All I need is to search for the truth in Bato's game. On the contrary, I should probably thank those 2 witches just a little for continuing the game in Bato's place. Now that she's gone and left everything to me. Of course, I doubt those evil witches were trying to do anything of the sort. Culprit. Crime. Motive. The answers to those 3 ultimate riddles, the hints, must be scattered throughout the previously shown tales. It's probably a very faint light, like trying to find heads that have fallen onto a sandy beach. They're definitely there. However, they're so faint that unless I believe strongly, there's no way I'll be able to find them. Please, allow me to speak. What is it? Go back, through the tale. Know that you will be given them as long as you don't lose sight of the truth's faint lights. Right now, through this tale, know that for reasoning to be possible, a trusting relationship is required. Yeah, I know. In fact, maybe I finally noticed just now. Please read everything, please. I did. I didn't do it back then, but I did it right now.
I really like how transparent it is from like almost the beginning of this episode. Well, since Lana appears, that no, she's definitely on your side. Persistently so. Without love, the truth cannot be seen. Slowly, the tea room dissolved into darkness. Then, as though I was slowly sinking into a pitch-black sea. I passed through the crevice of the long journey I'd taken with them, and kept on falling and falling. It was a bizarre experience. Like crossing over the boundary of sleep while still conscious. The sea of fragments. The several tales before became faint bubbles. No. Were they small, shining fragments? And were scattered like stars amidst a pitch-black sky. I kept sinking on and on into that sea. Tales up until now. One after another. Virgilius guided Dante to Mount Purgatory and brought him to the feet of the eternal lady who waited at Beatrice. Therefore, the innermost death lay not at the bottom, but at the peak of Mount Purgatory. The eternal lady had been waiting there for Dante the whole time. And then, hey, no. That's definitely what he's saying, but he's probably not doing that face. I finally reached the truth. To the depths. No. To the peak of Mount Purgatory. Idiots. You really are an idiot. Hurt. He woke from the sleep of death, and bit by bit, his sense of pain came back to him. On Badler's face, which still looked up at the heavens as he hung there, pierced by the long sword, a suffering and alive expression gradually returns. You really are an idiot. A huge idiot. Adler noticed. This whole time, Bata had been snuggling up against him, sleeping. And when he held her, he knew that it was not Bata, but her crumbling remains. So, when Tyler just tried to hold that form as fragile as ash, then, just like a sandcastle made on a beach, washed away by a small wave, it fell apart and lost its form. At Badler's feet lay nothing but the ragged remnants of Bata's dress and a pile of ash. No, on top of that pile of ash, he could see something sparkling gold. It was the husk of a single gold butterfly, which had been torn to bits. And so, Batner knew. I definitely reached the truth. However, I wasn't able to do it. All bad to still remain in this world. So, we really are an idiot. I finally reached the truth of this crazy riddle you've created. Just like you wanted. I didn't lose heart and I finally made it there in the end. So why did you lose heart without waiting for me? You believed so strongly, didn't you? That I definitely reached the truth. So why? Why couldn't you believe with me? And wait. You aren't the one who's been forcing endless torture on someone else. It's me. I've been the one putting you through such cruel torture. You resisted until the very end and kept on protesting to me. And even though I've now finally reached that truth, to think that you couldn't wait any longer, and that it's all too late. You idiot! Why did you lose heart before me? Damn it! It's my fault. I forced her to endure this torture. In fact, she's been doing a wonderful job sticking through it for so long. Over and over and over again. You kept on protesting to me. And because I was so incompetent, it was as though I couldn't understand the truth. Idiots, riddles, are too twisted. Why couldn't you say it more simply? Idiot! Ah! A scream of pain filled the sad cathedral. The sad witch who wasn't able to communicate the truth to Batner. The sad man who wasn't able to understand the witch's truth. Batner's howl of anger and sadness rang out for that singer. The clock hung in the cathedral showed that it was midnight on October 5th, 1986, and was up for everything. Kidding me. Don't set something like a time limit on this difficult riddle you're so proud of. No. I understand. Even though there was such a faint chance of that miracle happening, you prayed for it to happen. Just like grandfather. You prayed for and bet on the power of a miracle. One so unlikely that it was totally impossible. Less likely than finding a beach you drop on a sandy beach. And that means I've now truly arrived at that miracle. However, your time didn't last long enough. If I had reached this point even a little sooner, I could have seen the truth. Even if it had been right before time was up, I might have been able to save you. But right now, I've been run through pathetically. Can't even hold what remains of you. As I attempted to pull the longsword out, I tried stretching out my arms and kicking my feet, struggling to at least touch your remains, but nothing worked. Shit! Damn it! At that time, I noticed a golden glint on the palm of my hand. It was a single wing from a gold butterfly. That small fragment of gold was the only piece of battle that I was permitted to touch. I cried with all my strength, ripped that fragment, and pressed it against my head, apologizing. Why couldn't I reach the truth earlier? and I pressed it to my chest, promising that even now, I would never again lose the truth. When I pressed my hand against my chest, the sword piercing my chest cut my wrist, and blood dribbled out. That blood spread through my fists, and it must have soaked that gold fragment with my red blood. It must have been the only way of telling her that I found the truth that she wanted me to know about. I clutched the wind of the gold butterfly with my freshly bleeding hand and pressed it against the red sword that pierced me. At this point, Ushinomiya Battler knows, and he understands. He's found this tells everything. At that time, in the stone, a faint golden light leaked out of the gap in his clenched fist. The two witches had their backs turned, and Erika was laughing at Battler's corpse.
This really is pathetic, Battler-san. I'll make your foolishness into a statue. And for all eternity. Huh?
At that time, Battler's chest. No. The red longsword that pierced Battler began to sparkle gold from deep within his chest. That bright golden light began to change the red sword's color, turning it gold. What is going on?
Battler is... What is this?
Battler coughed up blood and groaned. His consciousness came back. His will to live, will to fight, came back. The red longsword that pierced Battler could no longer be described as such. By now, it had become a golden longsword. Then, slowly, gradually, it pulled itself out of Battler's chest. It finally pulled itself free and started dancing through the air. Then stood up in front of Battler's eyes as though it knew of which master was. Battler, crawling on the floor and moaning, grabbed the golden longsword. And though it looked painful, he slowly rose to his feet once again. It sure is an elaborate act. It's one of your tricks, Lambda.
That globe. It couldn't be.
Lambda stared wide at it, that frightful and glowing awe. When she noticed that Battler's resurrection wasn't part of the script Lambda had thought of, Bern also frowned slightly. Sorry, the child will not be permitted. Sisters, eliminate this resurrection illusion. Understood. 45, 410, firing permission granted. Here we go again.
It's unable to target. AFF error 0.999. Yeet.
999, you say?
Impossible.
The Chester sisters hesitated, unable to carry out Branca's stealth orders.
Lambda, what kind of farce is this? The illusion of the witch has been completely destroyed, and the trial ended with our victory. Sorry, Bern. You'll have to stick around a bit longer. Isn't that right, Ushinomiya Battler?
Yeah. Sorry to keep you waiting, Erika. Branca still. Now it's time for my truth.
Request for a retrial. Accepted. The Assembly of Witches retracts the adjournment of the Court of Illusions.
Objection.
The trial has already been concluded, and the results have even been announced. Objection overruled. All verdicts are overshadowed by new truths. Objection! Not only has Battler been banished as a player, he also isn't hold the rank of witch. He isn't qualified to call for an appeal. Objection overruled. He already does have verdicts. By the name of Lamdelt, witch of certainty, I acknowledge it. Bushiromiya Battler. I acknowledge you as the new Golden Witch. No, as the new Endless Sorcerer. Bushiromiya Battler.
What did you say? Battler got the rank of a witch?
The rank of a witch, which he had desired for so long, had been granted to Battler so quickly. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I do think he should be a witch, honestly. And on top of that, this wasn't anything temporary. This was an official, proper authorization by Lambda Delta. Erika couldn't accept it, and her face turned bright red. Looks like that kids game really will keep us entertained until the very end. Sure, I'll play along. Erika, you handle this. The red truth you created with me is perfect. The construction of truth that makes Nazi the culprit is perfect. There certainly won't be able to break it. Of course, my master. There's no need to worry at all. Anyway, sisters, my master ordered you to fire, right? How long is it gonna take you to carry that order out? Error, 0.999. An access code is required to target their territory lord. Yeah. I told you he'd do it, yeah? Territory lord? Who is? Who controls this fragment? I do. Territory. You don't mean Battler is... Yes. Bushiromiya Battler has been authorized as the official territory lord of this fragment. Yes, that's right. So, you still don't understand? You know what that gold sparkle signifies? He's reached Battler has. He's made his way to the innermost depths of all truths. That means Battler understood everything about this world, this tale, this game. Oh, my PNG froze? Oh yeah, it did. Huh, interesting. Oh, I know why. Oh, I was muted too. Fuck. Could you hear me at all? Well, I think I was muted. But it works now. Yeah, okay. I wasn't muted? Huh, okay, weird. Well, I fixed it anyways. Wait, hold on. Well, it doesn't matter. No, it does matter. Hang on. I am worried about this now. Aha! Okay, there we go. There we go. Wrong microphone. That's why you could still hear me. Good thing I checked.
I wonder how long it's been like that, but don't worry about it. In other words, he's reached the position of the Games Master. I'll bet you don't want to believe it, right, Fern? Yeah, I don't want to believe it. Okay, I'll test Ballard to see whether he really understands everything. Erika. Too bad, Erika. Just when you were finally appointed as the territory lord of this fragment, you've been deprived of that title. The new territory lord of this fragment is Ushinomiya Battler. Is it awful? Hey, don't you feel just awful? How's it feel to be deprived of that title just when you finally gotten it? How's it feel? Battler! If you think you can disprove my theory, just try it! It's impossible! Impossible! The theory I created has no holes! It's impossible to deny that Natsuki is the culprit! I can construct a theory with someone other than Natsuki as the culprit. It may be that your truth is impossible to disprove. If so, that means your truth won't be able to deny my new truth either. Battler spoke with the red truth allowed him by his status as a sorcerer. Culprit other than Natsuki? How's that? Honor. Let's see where this delusion of Battler's hand takes us. Slowly, Lanner stepped forwards. In her hand was the red longsword of the Decalogue. She also had a blue short sword. In Battler's hand was a golden longsword. The true rivals once again. No. For the first time, they truly confronted each other. Battler, I've been waiting. Sorry to keep you. You did not. Your return was sooner than I anticipated. Kill him! Flannery Knox! Banner's form disappeared in an instant. Although her slow, dignified movements from before were only a lie. The curve drawn by the longsword of Red Truth burned itself into the retinas of those whose eyes. Before anyone had enough time to follow that curve, it was already approaching Battler's chest. Lady Erika's reasoning has solved the 5th game. No new facts exist that overturn the truth created by this reasoning. It is possible to show a different truth by using a different interpretation. When multiple truths exist in parallel, the authenticity of both is questioned. In this closed-off world, it's possible for differing truths to exist at the same time. Furthermore, as long as multiple truths exist, it's impossible to claim that any of the truths are the single truth. In other words, even if I can't overturn Erika's reasoning by questioning its credibility and conquering it, I can defeat it. Bern's reasoning is perfect. You won't be able to overturn it easily. But still, if you can present the theory on par with Bern's, that'll come down to a verdict. That means either one of the truths might be defeated or denied. What a laughable script. I expect nothing less from a demon script. Then let me ask, what is the theory with someone other than Natsuki the culprits? Battler's golden longsword drew both red and blue curves at will. It's possible to construct it using the revenge of the baby from 19 years ago. The one from Aunt Natsuki's confession. Nox is first.
It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. A person first introduced in the 5th game cannot be named as the culprit. What if the baby from 19 years ago was among us since the very beginning? For example, what if it was me? Noxus 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Was there ever any foreshadowing showing that you might be the baby from 19 years ago? The red truth from the 4th game that I'm not the son of my mother, Asumu. The feeling that Dad was hiding something in both the 1st game and this game. In particular in this game, it was made clear that there were some special circumstances having to do with my birth. Valor proposed that he might be the baby from 19 years ago, and announced that he'd construct the crime with himself as the culprit. As Lanner cautiously held her sword at the ready, she gauged the distance between them. Now that Valor had inherited the position of this world's territory lord and attained the rank of Endless Sorcerer, his movements surpassed human understanding. By now, the physical distance between them probably counted for nothing. After all, their extremely agile battle was surpassing the point where the concept of distance made any difference. A good start. Let us hear your theory with Badler as the culprit. Yeah, I'll let you hear it. I'll prove that this explanation also works, and you can't be certain on Natsuki is the culprit. Good. If you're supposed to be the culprit, that creates several contradictions. I'll use those contradictions to reach your feeble truth. I, Furudo Erika, the detective and the Witch of Truth, will. This time, Erika stepped forward. In her hand, there appeared a scythe like one of a Grim Reaper might hold. A ruthless scythe for reaping everything that threatened her theory. Her awesome scythe. It's only possible for the crime to have taken place between midnight and 1 AM. During that 1 hour, you were in that dining hall of the mansion. Therefore, it was impossible for you to commit the crime. It has not been specified that the time of death was between midnight and 1 AM. Therefore, it's possible that the crime didn't occur between midnight and 1 AM. There's a restriction of any murders in the cousin room. From 1 AM until the discovery of the crime, it was impossible for any criminal action to occur in the cousin room. Banner! Now! Noctis 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. If the crime actually was carried out in the cousin room, clues must have been shown. Because clues were not given to the detective, Lady Erika, who was on the watch for any abnormalities inside the room until the morning. Such a crime is impossible. By the time of the crime's discovery, you mean the point at which I let out a scream and everyone gathered there. Even if it was impossible to kill him before that point, it was possible to kill him afterwards. Valor used a blue flash to detect both of the red truths that Erika and Lanner had flung at him.
Erika's eyes went wide. After all, what he had said was completely absurd. That time, they still hadn't been killed? Even though corpses with their necks sliced open were laying right there? The death of the four in the classroom has been proclaimed with the red text. Are you trying to use the illusion of the witch? Are you trying to resurrect George and the others using the concept of magic? Even though they were dead at the time. I see. Since you believe they were dead by that point, it probably looks as though the dead had been brought back to life to you. So this might look like magic in your eyes. In that case, I won't be the one to take the next shot at you. Fool. How often do I have to say it? The deaths of the four people in the classroom have been proclaimed with the red truth. Furthermore, those corpses were witnessed by a large number of people. Furthermore, it's already been proclaimed in red that no explanation of any corpses would lead to a mistaken result. Take that, dead people. Oh shit, it's Dream-End Discharger? Wow. I forgot this played in this episode. When was that red truth made? Have you forgotten, miss? The fear shower of red was blocked by a magical barrier set up by Ronald, who suddenly appeared right in front of Battler. Now that Battler was gone, the demon shouldn't have been able to manifest himself in the real world. However, he existed here, and calmly dealt with Erika's attack. You! Rono? How did you get here? Well, who cares? This all works out nicely. Now there's no need to go looking for you. I'll capture you here and deny your existence too. I'll leave it to you. Figure you can't control everything with a single arrogant shirt. Yes, your majesty. Well then, allow me to be your opponent for a bit. What do you say, miss? In that case, what do you claim the Red Truth Dead Proclamation happens? When? Are you saying you can pinpoint that? You can't pinpoint it, so you can't deny that the Death Proclamation was made at the time of the crime's discovery. When this court was open, Lady Lambda Delta made a proclamation. She said this was a midnight answer session. The Death Proclamation was made at midnight on the second day. In other words, at the end of the game. That does not deny the possibility that the murder occurred after the morning of the second day. After the so-called discovery of the crime. Then you're saying that the victims were alive at the time? Even though their necks were sliced open? Did you see that yourself, Miss Detective? True, our current understanding is that no corpse will lead to a mistaken examination, no matter who performs it. But no rule name so far has prevented something other than a corpse from being called a corpse. Erika swung her scythe recklessly. Cornell blocked everything with elegant gestures, made with the shield on one of his hands. So,
that point in time, no one was dead? There weren't even wounds on their necks? In that case, why did Battler scream? Better watch your feet, little girl. Oshinomiya Kinzo is already dead at the starting time for all games. A pitch black hole opened beneath Erika's feet and swallowed her up. You could probably see through to the other side of the hole. It was the same thing you'd see if you looked down at the skylight on the ceiling of this cathedral. Leah? Yes. Virgilia could already be seen in midair inside the cathedral. Mother May. As Erika fell from the heavens, Virgilia was right below her and caught her on the end of the divine spirit of spark blue.
Shouldn't you rethink your reasoning? Ginso doesn't exist. Therefore, the way for the bodies to disappear in your theory is a failure.
Correct. Unless someone other than Ginso makes the corpses disappear, your theory failed. Damn it! This is nothing! Virgilia's blue divine spear skewered and pinned Erika in midair. Erika struggled, filled with hatred, but she couldn't get it out easily. Then, all around her, several small, fast things clanged off the walls and enveloped her. Then 7 people manifested themselves at once. We are the 7 Sisters of Purgatory. Know this, her master. You lowly paperweight! After George's death, his corpse was never moved. After Jessica's death, her corpse was never moved. After Maria's death, her corpse was never moved. After Rosa's death, her corpse was never moved. After Genji's death, her corpse was never moved. After Kraut's death, his corpse was never moved. This is becoming a slobbering mess with each new statement. She's melting in real time. Therefore, the corpses couldn't have vanished after being discovered. Your theory about Ginso carrying the corpses all away fails. Oh! But so what? Even without Ginso, I can explain how the corpses yeah. I, Bruno Erika, have to revise my theory? I do? The detective does? Ego is probably capable of escaping this even with Ginso's existence denied. By making only a small revision to her theory. However, to her, having to revise a theory she had already created is extremely humiliating. Looks like you toyed around with your plan too much in order to corner Natsuki like that. You played around too much with your reasoning. At this point, your master isn't the only one who can speak of Ginso's death with the right truth. This is what you get for playing around in the witch's darkness. Know that, Furu Erika. Of course, even Erika had doubted Ginso's existence from the beginning. However, it had previously been impossible for anyone to deny his existence in the trial. Except for Bernkastel and Lambda Delta, who had sided with each other. And because of the willful silence of those two, the truth about Ginso had truly been unfixed.
Yet, think that Balor, become a witch, a sorcerer, and capable of using red without proof. However, she had her own Inquisitor of Heresy, who could also use red without proof to counter. Blandor! Nox II. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as detective technique. If you would show that Kinso has died with the red truth, then I demand that you display proof of a human's truth that could be used to make that point. Forgive me, damn geezer. Overcome it, Battler. Don't let my corpse stop you. Presentation of evidence. I'll present the corpse that could possibly be identified as Ushiomi Yakinso's. Can you prove that this corpse is Ushiomi Yakinso's? No matter how much it resembles him, as you can prove that it is him, it is possible to claim that it was a substitute corpse for someone else. Can you show that it was Kinso's corpse with the truth of humans? Show us them feats. In this case alone, and with the red truth specifically, no counter-argument will be valid. Oh. Any counter with the red truth will be invalid? I guess that works. It may be true that the existence of third-party corpses has already been denied with red. However, if saying that with the red is forbidden, Balor has nowhere to run to. That's right. In this close-up Rokenjima, there is no objective way to show that this corpse is grandfather's. And that itself suggests the possibility that this corpse is a body double. This unidentifiable corpse cannot serve as proof of Kinso's death. Checkmate. My theory does not waver. Thunder had sealed up the red truth as a means of proving that Kinso's corpse had been shown. Even with the power of witches, Balor couldn't argue back. How are you gonna prove that the corpse was Kinso's with the red truth sealed? It is impossible. It can't be done. With red or blue, right? I guarantee that this corpse is Ushiomi Yakinso's corpse. Then, when Dlanor met with Balor's Golden Flash, she wasn't able to fully block it with either her red longsword or her blue longsword. And she was blown backwards into empty space. It was a direct hit, without any miscalculation. Though she had always seemed as firm as a small giant before now, she was finally blasted away and slammed against the wall as though she was the slender girl she appeared to be. Dlanor, what are you? A splendid gold truth. It is valid. Gold truth? The golden longsword, which had been drawing red and blue trails before now, finally drew a curve that retained its divine golden color. The truth it showed was neither red nor blue. It was the gold truth. What is that? Lambda, does this follow the rules? Yes. Gold truth. Valid. The gold truth can only be used by the territory lord of this world. No. Only by the Game Master himself. What did you say? Gold truth. A divine truth woven in different fashion than the red truth. Its strength is on par with the red truth. It may sometimes be inferior, but it is sometimes superior.
That glitter is proof that Balder truly understands Beato. I've shown it. Shown that the corpse is grandfather's. Yes. Cold truth. Accepted. Unless the Erika theory undergoes some revision, it will be destroyed. Look! Erika cried out in pain. It wasn't the pain of her body being pierced. It was the pain of her own theory being defiled. I see. It's like... And then there were no acroids. When did this? What a crazy mashup of great words. Battler, it would be excessively unrefined to say anymore. Even without saying another word, you fully made your truths about the corpse's disappearance understood. I see. That thing you're thinking of doesn't conflict with any of the read in this trial so far. Your truth based around the revenge of the man from 19 years ago had been completely understood and processed. I proclaim that your truth has now been established. What the? Why is that? Great Lady Lambda Delta? He still hasn't explained everything. I still have many ways to argue back. Like Hideyoshi's closed room, the seal on Natsui's personal room, and the button on the closet. Do you really still think you're capable of defeating Balder's argument? Yeah! Only Erika, one who was supposedly so intelligent, couldn't understand. She couldn't understand that Balder had already reached the real truth. Because of this, grandfather's absence has been verified. And the dishonorable relationship between Natsuki and grandfather has been removed from consideration. Natsuki is pure and faithful. I won't permit this vulgar tale of yours you're all so fond of. Furthermore, because we've raised doubts about the time of death for all who have died so far, the alibis for everyone besides Natsuki will back to square one. If you try to argue that the crime was impossible for everyone except Natsuki, it won't work. Planner, who must have risen to her knees at some point, slowly stood up. The flash from the golden longsword was still buried deep into her chest. She is, I guess. Though pain didn't show in her expression, her awkward movements clearly showed how serious the damage she had taken was. Even though she herself knew that the match was long over by now, Planner didn't abandon her duty. However, in the custody room, you witnessed corpses that were impossible to misidentify. Are you trying to say that it was a lie? Noxus 7. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. The detective is obligated to keep to one objective point of view. Your theory would mean you violated this obligation. Furudo Erika is the detective, and the me in this game isn't one. And by Noxus 9, it is permitted for observers to let their own conclusions and explanations be heard. True. Noxus 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Until now, you have been the detective. Was it ever shown that you were not the detective this time? And that you were an observer capable of inserting his own personal ideas? Unless it was, you do not have the right to falsify your point of view. In this game, when I figured out the device connected to the Ep5 riddle, I witnessed grandfather. As had already been shown in red, grandfather doesn't exist. It was impossible for me to witness him. Now you don't know where Jessica came from? Who knows? I mean, she faithfully asked permission to fuck somebody else. I don't know. Therefore, it has already been shown that my viewpoint wasn't objective. It is possible that it was just a sheet or something fluttering in the wind and rain, which you mistook for Kinso. It cannot be used as foreshadowing to performance basis for Nox 9. Mistaking one thing for another is right permitted to all observers. There is a red truth that about to show during the 4th game. No person would mistake Ushinomiya Kinso by sight. It's the red truth path to use to counter my blue truth's claim that someone disguised himself as Kinso. Were you paying attention to this part, by the way? Honestly, this part is more of a clue about the other 4 games than it is a clue about this one. This is a huge clue for the other 4 games. Counter my blue truth's claim that someone disguised himself as Kinso to make it seem as though grandfather has appeared. In other words, on this island, all illusions that might lead someone to mistake something for grandfather, including someone else pretending to be grandfather, most certainly cannot work. All of Natsui's schemes to make it seem grandfather existed were hidden in the relative's blind spot. All of them clever tricks like, he was there just a second ago, or he's in this study alone now. They never try to make anyone mistake something they saw for grandfather himself. There are no contradictions. If they had tried to dress one of the servants in grandfather's robe, it probably would have been seen through in an instant. It has been guaranteed that none of the characters in this tale would mistake something for grandfather by sight. If someone claims to have seen grandfather despite that, it becomes a lie. No way. This is how you know this is the truth. This is how you know Badler finally figured it out. Up until this point, Badler has never claimed anybody was capable of lying. The moment the idea that people can lie appeared in his head, he just gained the golden truth. Fucking God in heaven came down and went, "That's right, Badler. People can lie. You figured it out. At long last." Except for just one person. And that person is the detective. No! Because of the right granted by Nox 9th, anyone is allowed to mistake a sheet in the wind for something else and tell about it. However, mistaking it for grandfather in particular is not permitted in this game due to the red truth. So, once you claim to have seen Kinso, it was no longer misrecognition, but intentional. In other words, this proved that the observer was not objective. Is what you're saying? In this case, unintentional misrecognition is not permitted by the rules of this game. However, it is possible to intentionally lie about seeing something you never saw. And that is an action not permitted to a detective, who is obligated to maintain an impartial perspective. Forgive my crazy arguments. It's all finished now.
No, it's okay. Because men like you exist in this world. You will surely protect the fragile truth from any kind of pride. You will surely protect the real truth from the tyranny of any plausible truth. Then my claim to exist is the sole truth and try to examine all fragile truths. Valor's golden longsword drew a massive blue arc as though splitting the heavens. I'm glad I could fight with you. Therefore, my perspective in this game is based upon the 9, not the 7. The fact that I claim to have seen grandfather is proof. The noise that rang out across the cathedral was the sound of Lander's longsword clattering to the floor. Simply letting go of that was the same as resigning to the proud landlord. The blue trail Battler had drawn was aiming right for the top of Lander's head. It stopped a hair's breadth away. If it hadn't, Blanner would probably have been annihilated without leaving a single scrap of flesh behind. I resign. I gave up on denying your truth. I paid my debts. Let honor be to your father. The Decalogue was neither arrogant nor judgmental. Honor to my father. Blanner sat down on the floor and completely abandoned her will to fight.
What are you doing, Glanor? Lame. Pathetic. You stupid half-wit murder doll. You tainted the honor of your own father. Shame on you. You still call yourself Mystery's Wedges? Will you surrender to magic? The history of the mystery genre won't allow that.
You're the one that doesn't understand what mystery is all about. We see mystery as nothing more than a weapon with which to sneer at your opponent intellectually. I won't let you ever say so again. Battler! I'll present the truth that conflicts with yours. Anansi was threatened by a phone call over the internal line, sent by the man from 19 years ago. Me. His goal was to make Anansi look like a murderer. From the beginning, this has all been a drama of revenge intent on framing Natsuhi.
That's wrong. It's a drama of revenge against the Yoshinomiya family that Natsuhi thought of. Your theory outright opposes mine.
You still can't pull out the blue spear that's sticking through you, right?
Yeah, that's right. From Erika, I haven't heard of a single way for the corpses to disappear that doesn't involve Ginso. Looks like your theory is about to be denied, doesn't it? This spear is just... Ugh! You paperweights, get out of my way! The deeply piercing blue spear and the 7 red stakes tormented her body. They won't come out. They won't come out. I acknowledge the mistake in Erika's reasoning and the need for revision. What? My master! Watching Erika's face contour with pain as she struggled to escape from the spear. Brinkestelle spoke this with a disgusted expression. Faced with the facts, Brinkestelle had acknowledged Erika's loss herself. Erika gazed at her master, who was no longer confident in Erika's own victory. With a mysterious shock and despair. I don't give a damn about your pride. How long do you intend to shame yourself like? You, my double who's been granted the same blue hair as me. How long do you intend to hang there, pierced through like that? I guess I'll just have to defend myself. Looks like I didn't need a piece after all. What a pain, what a pain, what a total pain.
don't need a piece, I'll just throw it away. Yeah. Disappointing, regretful, discouraging, hopeless letdown of a misfire. Do it quickly, filth. Didn't I tell you to revise that pathetic theory of yours? Yes, my master. I'll revise it. I'll revise my theory. As Erika's face twisted in humiliation and tears streamed from her eyes. She withdrew and revised her own theory in accordance with her master's order. Why, you don't like her bangs? They're fine. Mumbling quietly, she made various revisions with the blue truth. Had them acknowledged by Lambda Delta, and finally had the blue spear smashed and was freed. Though that blue truth did indeed explain how the corpses had disappeared. Terrible. Oh no. Couldn't conceal its desperation and was a bit truly shabby reasoning. My master, I've taken it out. My theory is perfect. Are you kidding me? It's horribly pathetic. But I'll forgive you. Because your face and your theory are so lame, it's funny. Damn. Eika was taunted by her master, who wore an ugly expression. She thrashed about on the floor, crying bitter tears. The wounded planner stepped out before her, as though shielding her, and she spoke to Bern Castell as well as Badler. Regardless of how pathetic it might be, Lady Erika's revised truth is valid. Yeah, it's right. Regardless of my truth, yours can exist at the same time. That's what this world is like. No one can disprove them, so even if there are various truths and even if they contradict each other wildly, they can exist at the same time. Here, as many truths exist as you can imagine. No one can just deny that all on their own. Yes, that is true. I won't let anyone deny Lady Erika's truth. Planor. As long as I am here, I will protect that truth. Oh, I was worried if I was falling asleep and I just didn't pay attention to what it was. I was like, did I fall asleep and forget that I read it? No matter how pathetic it is, I will not laugh at that truth. The words of Lanor, whom Erika had previously looked down upon, led Erika to once again thrash about on the floor, sobbing. And because no unique truth exists, everything is covered in darkness. Therefore, while both my theory and Erika's theory are impossible to deny, neither is a unique truth. They're vague. While neither can be denied, neither is certain. Because there has been no decision. The illusion of the witch still exists. The only one who will be permitted to expose it, neither Erika nor the rest of you. It's me alone. I won't let anyone expose Batorich's illusion except me. The verdict is revised. Because of the truth presented by Yoshinomiya Badler, Erika's truth is no longer unique. However, Erika's truth is impossible to disprove. Therefore, both of their truth exist together. The conclusion of the fifth game is rescinded. The game goes back to being even. And I transfer the position of Game Master from myself to the Golden Sorcerer, Ushinomiya Badler. Ushinomiya Badler, step forward.
I appoint you as the new Game Master. Will you accept? You will, right? Do it! You, new Endless Witch. That's right, he's a witch. Yeah, I'm the new Game Master. I'll leave the 6th game. Erika, let's settle things for good this time. Stand up. Yes, I will stand. Make you regret. Give me a chance to clear away this shame. My master, please give me an opportunity to fight with Battler again in the 6th game. Yeah, I mean, the reason episode 1 is so hard is not because you can't come up with anything when there's no red truth. It's because you can come up with way too many theories to feel like you're actually achieving anything. Like, if you tackle episode 1 with no red truth, it's like, okay, well, there's like 100 different solutions. I don't feel like I'm really learning anything because of how wide the range of answers is in episode 1 with no red text. Sure. Of course, I'll give you a chance. Wow! Incredible! She said, I'll give you a chance. Oh, okay. That's true. Isn't this a miracle? From the Witch of Miracles, Bryn Castell. I love whenever she does that face. Not this one, the other one. When she's like doing the face, Lambda. Erika, you've miraculously managed to escape with your life. In the 6th game, Battler's game. Expose the truth no matter what. Unless you want to be tossed aside into the darkness of oblivion. Yes, my master. Lanor. Of course. I will give it my all in the next game as well. I won't pretend to be a guest any longer. Together with Lanor, I'll tear your king to bits. Sure. I'll invite you to my 6th game. Sorry, but that title of yours, Checkmate of the, isn't cutting it. It's your game. You can decide the name yourself. Just bring it on. I, Furudo Erika, am a detective before I am a witch. I acknowledge you as the new master of this game, and I issue a proclamation of war. I'll definitely expose it all. I'll kill you! Golden Sorcerer, Ushinomiya Battler! Yeah, command me law with guns. Furudo Erika! Just watch battle. I'll take charge of your game. And in this next game, I'll prove that I completely understand all of your riddles.
Ah, man, I really like when that theme hits. It's so good because you've been hearing this motif since the first episode. It is like the most used motif of the whole story. And when they finally drop a vocal version, it's this kind of song. It really gets you with a curveball. We did it. We finished episode 5. That was the longest secret tea party? Yeah, because the episode 4 ones was from the regular tea party, right? The really long part is the tea party, not the secret one. You might be right. And this one was basically the length of that one. Almost. It was really, really long. Well, that's it, guys. We finished episode 5. At this point, you have... Well, you already have... They didn't actually give many more clues in this part, but they did give you the tools you need to be able to, like, suss a lot more things out. There's, like, 1 or 2 really big clues in there, but... For the most part, it's just tools rather than clues. Hope someone marry Erika. Like from us? No, not yet. We're gonna find that out next time because we're gonna do a poll. And in the poll, I think I am gonna just change it so that instead of 3, it's 5. Because now we have more than 40 characters. I feel like it's fair to have 5 slots instead of just 3. Because at this point in the story, I was like, you know, if I don't get more slots, I'm just basically, oh, thank you. I'm basically not giving the chance to the actual humans, because the non-humans are really hijacking a lot of the late story. Except I forgot Erika technically is not a non-human. Maybe they will keep Panji in their hearts. I mean, we thought Nazi stocks would never come back up, and look at us now. They're gonna be on the fucking roof after this episode. Hello, Laha. And since I encourage recency bias, I mean, I'm hoping against all hope that a certain somebody loses their throne as the most hated character, if only for a brief moment in time. Laha goes to work. No! Good luck. Hope you have a good day. Waking up. No, that would be crazy if Laha was still awake. Oh, let's call it. I don't know if you could tell, but for like the last 2 hours, just I was just running on fumes and the desire to finish it and excitement to see the story. This was a long stream. This was the second longest one, I think. The longest one was the last one of episode 3, of which I lost half of the bot. I lost half of that bot. And then this one was the second longest one, and then the third longest one was the end of episode 1. Okay, I am going to leave you. I won't make it along the breathing like I usually do because it's really late and everybody's falling asleep, surely. And if anybody's still awake for like the next hour, I'll probably have to do some discussions behind the curtains. Yeah, no problem. I hope you enjoyed and are excited for episode 6. Even though I usually say that episode 5 is my favorite, and after finishing it, I think it is my favorite. I really like episode 5. Episode 6 is not too far behind, and usually when I think of episode 5, I think of it as like a mixture between 5 and 6, because these two episodes are very closely tied together. Okay. Thank you. We're gonna raid Dubious, who is playing Secret Rings, Sonic and the Secret Rings, which is very topical for this because it's Make Believe's Reborn. I pulled that out of my ass, but it worked out, huh? You didn't think I would, but I got it. I got it done. Okay, I'll see you on Monday when I'm gonna start Torneco, I think. Goodbye. Goodbye. Good night.
Come on, you son of a bitch. Okay, now.